Hello, good morning. This is not the draft they have. That's yesterday's draft. Let's get the overlay. Not showing the wrong draft. How's everyone doing today? I'm gonna hope that everything works out for me with my microphone. Let me just double check. What am I using? Huh, okay. We're gonna hope this works. We're gonna hope the microphone works today. Won't need Reaper. I'll leave it on just on OBS. Just on OBS. I've been reading some weird things that I might need some ASIO plugin for OBS for audio. So I don't know. Actually, you know what? I will random. Message someone who might have a chance of knowing. Yeah, anyway, we're just gonna wait for the drafts and see what is going down. Waiting for the game details channel. Maybe some drafts. Toe and Cosmonaut are in voice channel. That's interesting. Maybe they're playing the games now and they'll be Rex Thunderbolts in a voice channel too. Go on voice channels all the time. Good morning, Squeezabolka and Gurko. You do hear me perfect. That's good when your stream viewers can hear you. Alright, looks like we do have some drafts. Baby 2CM. Yep. And Civs. There we go. I'll have to figure out what to do for the overlays when we get to best of fives and best of sevens, but I should do that ahead of time. Usually I just do those live on stream, but I should do them ahead of time to be prepared. Alright, High Tides, the first game, Bypass for DauT, and Mudflow for Sobek. Unfortunately, Costa Rica, Zimbabwe, and Quarry are banned, and Tulo. DauT picking Costa Rica yesterday, Bypass today. We all love DauT for a reason. The reason is he's down to play the clown maps. Did play Stronghold Frenzy too, so hopefully he's well versed in them. Position the mic so it's near me. Get my coffee in a position where I probably won't spill it. There we go. So hope everyone's having a lovely morning. Wherever your morning is. Whether you're Twitch or YouTube. I'm looking forward to a good day at Age of Empires, and I'll probably cast some Platinum today. I haven't been doing that much, but this is the only gold set for today, so I'll cast Platinum. Two gods fighting. That's like if we were DauT versus Chris again somehow. Or Chris were to be at the same level competitively where he was years ago. Now that would be legendary. Canada seems to have a way of producing good AoE2 players. Maybe one day they'll win a Nations Cup. Just double check. What's the next power 2? 16,384. Yeah, there we go. That's the next follower goal. we're closing in on that. Honestly, closing in on it. Down Chris knew 20 years ago that one day the meta would be Skarm only. Hey, they did. 20 years ago. They were far ahead of their time. I mean, that was the original meta, right? Skirmishers, we have gone full circle. We've gone completely full circle. So what do we have here? Melee. Melee could be used for all 3 maps. We could fish boom on Mudflow, could fight for water on high tides, and we could be a closed map civ for bypass. Woo and Burgundians. Burgundians feel like a bypass civ, but then Turks feel for the what? Turks when you already have melee could just be a defensive pick, saying don't let Sobek pick the Turks. Guten Tag, hello, Razman. Wie geht's? Let's get the mic slightly out of the frame. Hello, LC River. The overlay chat is looking great. Thank you, thank you. I'm really a fan of the unique units on the in-game overlay. I'm making it easier for myself to adjust them between games right now, but I haven't had time to finish my little programming project. Hello, Arbase. Yeah, and I think I mentioned this in one of the chats Arbase is in, but I'm also working on tools right now to try to automate some map testing. So hopefully in future projects we can eliminate these cases where we have very rare bugs that occur, I don't know, every couple hundred maps that are hard to reproduce. I'd like to have some larger scale testing. And that should be possible as long as I have a way of running AoE2 on a computer that is not my desktop. My laptop might fulfill that role. Is it like 2 days until the DLC drop? Yes, yes it is. I still need to really get on with experimenting with the DLC. Whereas the TTL will move to the DLC, and we're not going to have the same siege tower nerfs. We're just going to use exactly what's in the DLC, for better or worse. And yeah, maybe after the games tonight, we can hop on and do some testing of the of the maps to make sure they're not broken. Do I think it'll be dominating TTL? Honestly, I have not looked at a single civ. It's the type of thing I'm really not interested myself personally in new civilizations. I feel like we're kind of bloated and have been adding some slop to the game for the past few DLCs. I'm more interested in whether we ever actually have a proper change to get pathfinding back to the state it was when we were playing on Voobly. Have a lobby system where we can queue with our party and not have to remake it every time. Like the basic functionality. And then like campaigns and stuff. I'd much rather play a campaign for a classic AoE2 civ that's well done than play a campaign with a bunch of units that I'm not familiar with. It's just I want to be playing AoE2, and I'd like to play AoE2. And new civs kind of don't do that for me. I like all the new like biomes and stuff they add in the DLC. But personally not really looking forward to watching the new civs. Does 2p poison damage stack infinitely? I have no idea. Hello, the messenger. So many new mechanics are being added for the sake of new mechanics. That's the thing. I feel like there's still a lot of room that's missed for exploring the existing design space. That is our lord, and Sobek is an Egyptian god. Is Sobek an Egyptian god? Is he an age of mythology? Well, why don't you say hi? Twitch filters these days. These Twitch chatters these days. Alright, so into high tides. This will be our first map. So let me take a quick look at the standings here. Make sure that I'm opening this in Firefox so that my ad blocker works. And we will have Group B. So far, dominated by Sorokuma, 10-2. Potch did win against both Sorokuma and DauT, though. He is 3-0 in his sets. He has not lost. And he has Fire and then Sobek. So the two easiest sets, in some respects, remaining for him. He has a good chance of winning the group outright. DauT and Sorokuma, though. If DauT gets a sweep here, DauT and Sorokuma then end up tied at 10 points, with their set being at the end of the week. So round 5 here becomes really important if DauT gets a sweep against Sobek. Is the miner god... Oh, he's the one that gives the laser crocs? Oh my gosh. Sobek's the laser... I never even realized that. Sobek gives the laser crocs from Age of Mythology? That is like a god worthy of competition against DauT. For sure. So far, Jordan dominating Group C. Kosfa's been doing pretty well in Group D. Needs to play another round. He's a round behind Classic Pro. He picks up another point and he'll move back to first. Tur's there in third, trying to stave off Daniel. Group A has been dominated by Prisma. But this is a big set, both for Sobek to avoid relegation. Fire looks like he's going to be relegated, but Z40 Sobek still fighting 4th versus 5th. And then DauT for picking up points to gain on Sorokuma. And also on Kapach. And looks like we are about to launch the game. So get ready, everyone. It is game time. Let me check. Are we okay with DauT in red and Sobek in blue? That's the colors they have. Sounds good to me. I think Sobek needs to somehow get 1 win here. I think DauT needs to somehow get 3 wins here. Overlay has them out here. Well, overlay outside the game doesn't really matter. I need to change that so that we're not relying on colors so much. It is kind of weird to have one side red and the other side blue. And I need to kind of like incorporate the cyan theme a bit more. What new expansion do you belong to? That's a great question. Right, and here we are. So we will have Sobek as the blue Wu. He'll be playing to the west. And DauT as the red Malians. He will be to the east. The map is High Tides. This, as we just looked at on Wikipedia, is Group B. We have Sobek fighting against Z40 for the 4th versus 5th spot to stay in gold and avoid being relegated. DauT fighting with Kapach and Sorokuma to try to be at the top of the group. Now, Kapach still has a few more sets to play, but he did win 2-1 over both DauT and over Sorokuma. Those are Sorokuma's only 2 losses. Sorokuma and DauT will have their set next week. And DauT, I think, is looking for a sweep here. I think he wants to make sure he is competitive with Sorokuma, tie him in points before heading into that set so he has a chance to outright finish ahead of him. And then hope that Kapach ends up below him. There's an elephant attacking the Vil. And that'll be hunted for Sobek. So what is the Wu Malians matchup going to give us? Both good swordsman lines. Malians, of course, have all the pierce armor. But the Wu swordsmen themselves regenerate. So if it goes swordsman versus swordsman, probably favor the Wu. The Jin swordsman might not be too useful in the matchup. Gebeto should be a good counter to them. Honestly, if DauT can get to Gebettos, I think that's really good for him. Malians have the smooth start with the wood discount, and DauT will be heading out to do a dock right away, escorting the Vil with the scout, making sure there's nothing that's going to pick her off before she gets loom. Yeah, the myth. Oh, was the myth unit the laser croc renamed? Yeah, so apparently Sobek is. I'll need to replay Age of Mythology to try to remember this. But he's the Egyptian minor god that unlocks the laser crocodiles. Oh man, I bet he'd love to have a laser croc right now. He's DauT, you're building that dock, that villager. Pew, laser croc. Really love this map. Lots of strategy in games. New saves aren't that gimmicky. Hopefully they've learned from the last DLC that was, I think, universally disliked. I think still has like a negative. Last I checked, it was 49% on Steam. Three kingdoms. Laser Croc has to be one of the coolest units. Maybe that's what we need in AoE too. Instead of hero units, Laser Crocs. So DauT, interestingly, he's not going to push in any of his hunt. He's probably content to take the elephants. And with all the extra food the elephants have, you can cook up pretty well without needing the zebras. Laser Crocs on Zimbabwe? Oh, yes, yes, yes. Laser Crocs on Zimbabwe. We have Sharkasaur. Yeah, but Sharkasaur is a treat unit. The cool thing about the Laser Crocs is they fit the theme of Age of Mythology. They actually work out in Age of Mythology. Yeah, oh yeah, imagine this. We have crocodiles here, they just don't have lasers. Some Laser Crocs down there. Players already don't go to the south enough. We don't need Laser Crocs stopping them from going down there anymore. I'll have to play more Age of Mythology. I need to do a 12-player free-for-all in Age of Mythology. I've been wanting to do that for ages. Oh my god, Beast G 2.0 Laser Crocs? Oh, perfect. Yeah, so DauT has learned from yesterday. Yesterday against Kapach. Kapach's men-at-arms attacked DauT's gold and killed everything. Now DauT is walling early and walling very compactly towards his TC, so that he hopefully does not need to rely on quick walls again. He will be adding in a 4th militia, going for 4 men-at-arms, and then adding in a dock. If you keep up pressure with 4 men-at-arms, then you might be able to delay your range and focus more wood on the water, on double dock fire galley production. Both players up and fire galley queued for DauT. No fire galley for Sobek, who has merely 2 fishing ships. DauT went up to 3. And double the axe for DauT. Getting the eco upgrade. Sobek already has that. And an archery range early. Abandoning the water to go for the early range. DauT's approach is for double docks. DauT is walled. DauT don't overchop that tree. But then we'll have a range. Defensive range for DauT. And the men-at-arms will... Oh, they'll deny the range. They'll kill the Vil on the range. And then quick gate. Sobek feeling what it's like not to quick wall in time. DauT like, you can deal with what I dealt with the other day. You can destroy that gate easily. And he'll sit there and attack the house for a while. And the Vil on the water, destroyed by the fires. DauT trying to repair to keep 4 men-at-arms out. Sobek will have to do the same thing by his lumber camp. And DauT finding a weakville with his scout, but doesn't want to engage. Scout pulls back. And an archer out from the range will keep the men-at-arms away. And DauT now just moving to berries. Very late to the berries, but that was his plan with taking water. Oh, quick wall the men-at-arms, quick wall the men-at-arms. DauT, quick wall the men-at-arms. Be the Viper, yes. Oh, yes, he did it. It took a while, but he did it. He pulled it off. Now Sobek will try to escape. As DauT keeps his men-at-arms wandering around, he could be walled in again. He needs to find a way to take his berries, but the archers are out from the range and he's picking off the men-at-arms. The longest trap ever. It took him 30 seconds, but that doesn't matter. He was Oh, he might get trapped too. He walks onto the foundation, blocks it, walks off. He's trapped too, unless he forces the archer to open the gate. Kill the archers still. On water, he is winning. There's one more fire in that dock, but he will have won the water. Men-at-arms there won't break out. The archers will massacre them all. And that's 4 men-at-arms down. TC kills the man-at-arms. And now DauT those archers, fresh off of some kills from those men-at-arms, will look to try and get behind the wood line. Remember the Malian's discounted farms? Remember Malian's halbs? Do you remember Malian's paladins? You don't remember them, because they were in a beta that was never part of the release. But yes, Malians once had Farimba paladins. There's a Vil kill from the archers, and they'll get some HP down off of another Vil, but then have to fight a group of archers. Dodging back and forth, and low HP. But numbers accruing for Sobek as he's at home by his range. He's home on the range. DauT is dominating big in this first game. Oh, I mean, I think this is a matchup where you'd expect DauT to win. Yeah, he technically is lower elo, but he's DauT. Are they hiding in the corner? Oh, yes, they are. I didn't see them because they're blue. Wait, let me make them another color. Yeah, they are hiding right there in the corner. Yeah, blending, looking like a spot of deep water on the minimap. So, Sobek trying to push forward, but he now runs into DauT's ranges. DauT with 2 ranges and double range archer production will kill that army. And as he gets in by the gold, Sobek will call the GG. He lost water, he lost his men-at-arms, he lost his archers, his eco was disrupted, and DauT will go up 1-0. So congrats to DauT. And where are we giving him the 1-0 lead? So checking out the stats. Military 16-7, KD for DauT. Better eco also for DauT. The same exact uptime. And more Vils. GG. Now as fast, that was DauT. You love Woo? Seems like they need a bit of a helping hand against DauT, though. Then again, DauT is DauT. On high tides, it's a win for DauT. And for civs, that was my very last picked Malians against the first picked Woo. So for the civ matchup, that is a good start for DauT. That is a very good start for DauT. And game 2 will be on Mudflow. Mudflow, DauT has the Jurchens, and Sobek has the Romans. Ooh, so yesterday we saw DauT with the Mongols go FC Step Lancers. He might do that again with the Jurchens. Hello, Chipmunk. Hope you're having a lovely day. Same to you. Thank you very much. Koreans are neither banned nor picked. Koreans are neither banned nor picked. 3 maps where they could probably be useful, but then again, they're good in all maps these days. DauT won with FC Step Lancers against Kapach, who tried to fish boom on Mudflow. It was the first game from yesterday, if you want to check it out. It was quite the spectacle. And I have the colors right. Did they swap colors from the previous game? DauT was red, right? Yeah. So Sobek in blue, DauT red. Yeah, we'll be consistent throughout all of the games. All right. Maybe they swapped host. Anyway, Sobek will be the blue Romans to the west. DauT the red Jurchens to the east. The map is Mudflow. Yesterday, as I said, DauT picked the Mongols and went FC Step Lancers, a build he also could do with the Jurchens. They can go FC Fire Lancers, FC Step Lancers, FC whatever they want. I'll have a bit more food from the Rhino and Elephant and all the Water Buffaloes, of course, because their hunt and their herdables do not decay. Their salmon don't decay no matter what, so everyone gets the same salmon. I don't think anyone drops off extra salmon. Although, no, the Maya, they get extra salmon. The Maya get extra salmon with their longer lasting resources. So Elephant lured in by the Ville. Have a lumber camp at the back for DauT. So once again, DauT going for the small, scraggly wood lines. How many trees will he have right here in this wood line? He will have 11. Going for one of the smaller ones. So he'll have 11 trees there, 1,100 wood, 1,000 total wood when you subtract the 100 invested into the lumber camp. And it's so far, so good for FC Steppies, 2 on wood. I don't think you need much wood for FC Steppies. As the Jurchens, of course, you can take your hunt whenever you want. So both players trying to scout. DauT also for this build got very lucky with the gold location. The gold will be random around basically the top of your hill. And for Sobek, all the way at the top, at the front. So very exposed. Does have a back patch of berries. There are only 4 berries in each patch on this map. 4 by 4. The next elephant will be lured in for DauT. Oh, yeah, this is something I actually... I know I've seen this before, and we've answered it. If the TC for the Jurchens kills the elephant, does it decay, or does it have to be a Ville to stop the decay? As soon as the Ville gathers, they stop decaying. Okay, game paused. Paused by Sobek. Okay, nothing written in the chat. I just have a bit of a pause. Saying it's morning, TOS needs to drink his coffee so he's awake and remembers that he casted these games and doesn't cast them again.
Yes.
Sobek, sorry, got a big freeze. That's a map we could use for TTL someday. Big freeze. Go. I think I had that in one of the small map pools.
Salve.
So Drush from Sobek. DauT will scout that. He's paying attention. He sees the militia, and of course he is paying attention. DauT, the omniscient god he is, sees all, knows all. Now is in TCC.
Salve. Impera.
We'll need to make small maps of all the Brazil land maps.
Prontos.
And 5 vills for Sobek. They'll be going forward for a lumber camp. It's first 2 big maps. I did for one of the T90 events, I forget what it was. I actually did small maps first. And that was actually kind of useful to have the terrains and everything planned out for all the maps before then doing the big maps. Okay, well, thank you for watching the stream, Coco. So the Drush from Sobek, 2 Militia Drush, not investing into the 3rd. Romans don't strike me as a particularly early Drush civ, but 5% faster working everything does apply to the deep fish. So they collect food rather quickly at the start. DauT has been taking his fish, so no one docking. And both players up to the feudal age at pretty much exactly the same time, but with a Vil's worth of idle time. More for Sobek. Add loads of closed maps. We'll see what we can do. Come up with suggestions of places in Brazil that would be representative of closed maps. I'm still open to suggestions. Scout plus militia will be repaired. Not able to hit the gold. Remember, you can't wall on the shallows. And when you place the TC at the center of a player's base, since it's a 4x4 object, it is a bit of an oddity in map scripting, but the center right tile of the TC is where the TC is centered. So when you have shallows like this, any map that puts shallows by the TC almost always will have one extra tile on the right side if it has a circle of terrain around the TC. Because the circle's centered around the center right tile, so the left is a bit closer to the edge than the right. And that does mean with how DauT's gold spawned, the militia might have a chance of trying to skirt around that palisade to Drush, more so than if it were on the left side. There's the blacksmith, there is the market. DauT making the most important building in the game, the market. And he'll need a barracks and stable on his way up, because he, once again, looks like he will fast castle and in all likelihood sell his stone. A lot of neutral building clutter. That could be cool. Basically camera again. The squirrel just jumped on my window. That scared me. Barracks for DauT as now 2 militia become 4 militia, become men-at-arms. And DauT needs to be careful of over-foraging. Only 2 vills on the berries. Still has a bit of food left at the salmon. Doing a barracks at home. Yep, indeed, our base. DauT FC Lancers once again. And so what is Sobek doing? He is farming. He is peacefully farming at home. If he's in the feudal age, he does not have a good way of fighting Lancers. And if, with how hard the map is to wall, they could do some damage. He does have Loom. I don't like DauT attacking the Vill with the scout. I never like attacking single Vill with scouts. I know it's so tempting, but it never works. So Sobek, no arson available for the Romans. They'll have to break through. Those men-at-arms will have to break through that house of their own accord. And they are now idling 4 vills of DauT, making him spend wood to repair. And DauT does not have much wood left with which he can repair. And he might even need to buy the stable once he's up. Oh wait, no, he has the stable. Okay, never mind. He has the stable. So I guess he doesn't need wood anymore. Oh, Sobek, don't lose your scout to the TC. Okay, never mind. I was looking at the back, he did the stable at the front. So stable at the front, Sobek, very well aware of that. He knows this is FC Lancers. Not really a map where you could stone wall. Stone walling could potentially be a play against this. There's the market, and there'll be a blacksmith right next to it. DauT does not have many vills. No, 21 vills. Up to the castle age at around 14 minutes and starting to make step lancers. And the first lancer gets 2-3 hits on the scout, almost kills it.
Tibi Serpio.
Men-at-Arms trying to be on the hill. DauT has one extra range from which he can poke them.
Salve.
And they will go down, get a couple of hits on a Step Lancer. But not much of a threat anymore. And now DauT with a third Step Lancer, he can go forward. Are there any walls for Sobek? Not really. Not really. And he can wall the lumber camp. He clicks up to the castle age. And if you're the Romans... Oh, he kills DauT's scout with the Vills. That's nice. DauT losing the scout for fighting random... That's why I don't like fighting random Vills. You lose your scout eventually. Lose HP on it. But I'm not sure what he does. He needs to wall everything, but these farms cannot be walled. He's not going to have food income. The only hope is that DauT stops. And DauT, if the Vills run to the TC, DauT has a hill bonus for the Step Lancers. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 and almost a 5th. Sobek's about to have very few Vills too. Paul, no, we can't name the Vills here, unfortunately. That's a T90 special feature. Today's a Viper game. We'll see what time it's scheduled for today. I'll probably cast the first set of Platinum at least. Don't know if I'll cast all of it. Sobek now, what do those Vills do? They got nowhere to go. They can just stand on the shallows by the TC, wishing they could build farms there. Yeah, I mean, it's a great way to play the map. Brutal against FC Step Lancers. Absolutely brutal. As open as the map is, the players are pretty far apart. So it's hard to do damage to the player who's going FC before they manage to hit the castle age. Part of me feels you could YOLO go for demos at docks and try to snipe the Step Lancers. And go double armor pikes. Do double armor pikes even help against Step Lancers with the range they have? Maybe they do. I usually see Step Lancers beating pikes, but that's probably with upgrades on the Step Lancers. And a monastery forward for DauT. Oh, stable monastery. DauT will react to the stable with a forward monastery of his own. And he'll try to break through Sobek's palisade walls on the lumber camp. The range of the monks will stop the Vills from being effective. Yesterday we saw DauT go for the siege workshop. Today, since DauT saw the stable, that means he goes for the monastery first rather than the workshop, because he knows he'll need monks against knights. Is there a forward siege? Maybe there's a siege at some point. Right now, I question though, what is DauT actually going to hit with siege? I think monks range all the Vills in this eco. And if they're out on the farms, they won't have a sudden garrison to the TC. After all this, Sobek actually up by 700 resources and 2 Vills. But all the Step Lancers break through. They break through on the lumber camp. Well, there goes Sobek's being up in Vills. There goes his being up in Vills. The Step Lancers, as long as DauT micros them properly, are going to pick off Vills. Now that downhill as they run to the TC. And, ooh, just misses the final Vill. Okay, now the Vill count's tied. Defensive monk, will he convert a Step Lancer? No, he won't. Another monk, somewhere there's a range circle near the TC. Sobek will call GG there, as he's going to lose even more Vills. Oh no, Sobek. Not like this. Poor Sobek. DauT wins 1-1. Ah, well played, DauT. Well played, DauT. Great strat. Great strat. That's a 24-4 KD for DauT. Eco, 500 fewer res collected. But that did not end up mattering in the long run. Yeah, that was brutal. Sobek was not ready at all. Not at all. And the final map will be Bypass. And And yeah, the Viper. Oh, the Viper will be the first set. Yeah, I will cast that. I'll definitely cast that. I got another coffee after this set, but I will cast that. And it's Sobek losing Mudflow. Yeah, now I guess to play his home map. Directions at the end of the draft, too. And take a guess at the civs. Don't think it'll be hard to guess. As a DLC this Tuesday or Thursday? Tuesday, the 17th. Tuesday the 17th. DauT made it look easy. DauT makes everything look easy. Us mortals can but bask in his glow. First cup of coffee. Done. I'm gonna need a second one really to wake me up. Except quick walling. Except quick walling. He learned in the first game, though. He learned. What is that? T90 up? Gosh, that T90 up emote looks like a debate cheer, where like someone types that emote instead of sending bits. Freaking triangle. Looked like a civ win. I don't know if it's a civ win so much as a strategy win. Let's see, do I have the civs and everything right? Yes, yes. I'm gonna need to update these unique unit icons for the new DLC once that gets released. Make sure the overlay is properly set up. So what do you, this is where I can ask chat for feedback. What do you think about the colors of the player names? I use the same color as down here, I guess by the score and at the bottom. Maybe I should use the same color as in the bars. I'll try that out and see if it makes a difference. Maybe it'll be better, maybe it'll be worse. Anyway, we have a Sobek here as the blue Burgundians to the northwest, DauT as the red Malay to the southeast. What about flags? Flags are down at the bottom. Oh, does Sobek have a flag there? Yes. That's the Chilean flag. Flags are going to be down here by the players, and then civs and stuff up at the top. I figure I don't want to put the same stuff in too many places on the overlay. Oh my god, that does look like a Texas flag, doesn't it? You just pointed that out to me. That's the... Let me look at a bigger version. Chilean flag. Yes, that is the Chilean flag. And you're absolutely right. That does look very similar to the flag of Texas. The only difference is the Texas flag has the blue with the star goes all the way down the left side. It doesn't stop in the top quarter. Oh, hello, D-Longer. How you doing? Yeah, sorry I didn't... You messaged me the other day to play games. I was literally in bed about to go to sleep. Are the wood lines meant to loom so spiky, to look so spiky? That's a good question. I think they are. But I never actually thought about that. That's kind of just how they're designed with the lands cutting into them. Why does the strat in the last game work? Is it just Lancers? What if Franks were to do the same but with Knights? It'd be harder to pull off with their eco because the Lancers are a bit cheaper. And Lancers also are a bit more effective at killing villagers with their extra attack range. That's a good question, why the Lancers are so much more effective than Knights are. But the +1 range makes it so much smoother to hit vills, especially as they're trying to run back to the TC on the hill. You probably could pull that off with Knights with the Franks, or with a good Knight Civ. That would be interesting. Maybe Persians could try it. Lancers pay less of a pathing penalty, yeah. Maybe Berbers could try it with Knights. But the first game we saw it was with Mongols, and the Mongols had all the extra food from the rhinos. But But I guess that also does beg the question of why go Lancers instead of Knights with Mongols. I think just the DPS of killing Vils is much more effective, and the map with all the shallows around the TC on Mudflow does suit the Lancers because they have low pierce armor, but because the shallows are around the TC, you're not going to have Vils garrisoned shooting at Lancers as they try to raid farms. Yeah, Mongol Lancers also get the extra HP. Thought Sobek was check. You're probably thinking of Samaro. Yeah. But anyway, this is Malay Burgundians. Malay DauT's very first picked Civ. Also picked Turks as his second Civ. Maybe that was more of a defensive play and he didn't want to face the Turks. Hello, Wizard. Honor the Texas flag. I mean, you gotta give credit to Texas. No state adores their state flag the way Texas does. There's Feudal Age for DauT. Texas also, that's where Ensemble Studios was, in Dallas. That's the state that made AoE 2. So, fast feudal with the Malay. Could be a feudal boom, but could also be men-at-arms pressure. And looks like men-at-arms are exactly what we'll get from DauT. Adding in a few militia, and Sobek so far, he's started walling the middle with houses, didn't go for a second layer of palisades yet. And if he's not up fast enough, won't be able to stone wall. And the Malay with a super fast feudal, in some ways feel like they have a good rush against the Burgundians, who want to do their eco upgrades, spend more resources in the Dark Age, short-term cost for a long-term benefit. But that does mean they usually have to stay longer in the Dark Age and won't get to stone walls, won't get to towers, and will have the weaker palisades and houses. Tower going up for DauT. And Trush time. And men-at-arms aren't even in. DauT didn't even have to do loom. DauT could literally destroy 4 houses here. And then try to house Sobek. They'll go down pretty darn quickly in the Dark Age. Maybe a very fast Arson could even be a play as the Malay. And go for a house destroy rush while your opponent's still in the Dark Age. Probably better to push in though. And that's exactly what DauT will do. As he goes forward to the next layer of Palisades. Remember, Palisades only 150 hit points instead of 250 while in the Dark Age. There is an outpost from DauT. He will try to get more vision and see more inside of Sobek's base. And the Vil... Oh, he could tower hop this. DauT could tower hop this. I'm sure DauT knows this. I'm sure he knows. Oh, DauT. That'd be the best if you tower hop. Please tower hop. Yeah, that's an outpost. Oh, does Sobek know? Does Sobek know DauT can tower hop? He can put the men-at-arms... He can garrison the Vils and also move the men-at-arms over. So start by shooting at the Vils. Come on, DauT, please. Hop over. Hop over. No, tower hop's completely legit. I mean, if you think about it, a tower hop is how you ungarrison from, like, your own tower if you just wall it with houses. So DauT is in. He's gonna dive down. You don't have to dive the TC. You could have hopped. Oh, that's me hoping I'd be able to make a video about the tower hop. Who needs the tower hop? Yeah, DauT'll just, you know, right? DauT has Malay armor. He'll just walk straight past the TC.
Iya. Apa syasananya, Baginda? Yasakuka, Baginda.
So DauT will try to repair his tower. We have a second tower from Sobek, and it'll be 2 towers versus 1. DauT trying to repair as best he can. DauT really could use fletching to be able to get extra range to hit the Vil repairing the tower from Sobek. And all these range circles, extra confusing, but DauT does have a tiny sliver of space where he can repair without his Vils being peppered by tower arrows. I wish Capture Age had the range circles only when I click on something option, like the game does. I think there's a pro feature for that, but it's not the range circles. It's some type of other indicator. Kind of overlaps multiple ranges. And he's doing his best to keep this repaired. Sobek with 2 Vils on stone has to make sure he has enough stone to repair his towers. DauT's Vil's starting to get a bit weak. They do heal while they're in the towers. On the outside, looks like Sobek actually has moved out for a mill and will take the hunt. So he has some food eco outside of his farms. He is still farming, as DauT destroys a tower with the men-at-arms. It's 1 tower down. Won't be able to rush this tower. It is under the TC, and therefore protected. DauT going to destroy the wall. Not realizing. I hope DauT realizes he can hop. No fletching yet from Sobek. And there we now have Arson from DauT. Arson from DauT. And part of me would like DauT to keep adding more men-at-arms. I don't know if that'd be good, but it'd be fun. He is up by 4 Vils. Of course, the melee with their faster uptiming do get a Vil advantage as they're doing this. And now DauT will go forward for the tower. Still has men-at-arms. This is a bit risky if Samaro were to rush the back tower with villagers like he's doing now. He can put more Vils in this tower and then rush the base of this one. But DauT will have to give up in that map position then and leave open the option that both towers get destroyed and he gets walled out. So another tower on the wood line. Samaro will... you got me calling him Samaro now, since you mentioned that in the chat. Oh my gosh. Sobek will run. Sobek will run. But yeah, someone was like, oh, is that the Czech player? And I was like, no, that's Samaro. And now I've been calling... oh my gosh. Thank you, thank you. It's bad enough that I casted his games thinking that it was the Sorakuma set. Now you... well, why Sobek? Sobek is #1 most confused player for me so far. Oh my god, someone's gonna mention a name in the chat. Someone's gonna mention Daniel, a name that starts with DA, and then I'm gonna be calling DauT Daniel all day. I always confuse Sobek for an Eastern European player. I always confuse Lamo for a South American player. Maybe we should just swap the 2 of them. The game lasted over 5 minutes. Can't be Daniel.
Yep.
I mean, in the set against Duduzu, Daniel did win games that lasted only 5 minutes. So now we have Wheelbarrow for Sobek, who still has a score lead. Now I have to, like, get my brain really working. Make sure I call him Sobek. Lamo is Latvian, if I recall. Yeah, Latvian. Another archery range for DauT. And what is DauT's scouting like? He still doesn't have any yet. He has no vision on the outside. That's uncharted territory. And he break the gate at the back, and he needs to find something else to do with his men-at-arms. He just went completely around Sobek's base. He has control of half of it. And we'll try to find where he's mining gold. He'll find the gold on the outside. Main gold taken. And Sobek actually pretty close to clicking up. If he finishes that market, could sell some wood and be on his way up to the Castle Age. And there's Sobek doing exactly that, selling wood, buying food, selling wood. So he had to sell 600 wood. That is not an efficient use of the market, but he is up nevertheless. He is up. He has some stone, and he will try to wall the men-at-arms out. There'll be another tower rush from DauT. DauT doing wheelbarrow. Significantly more resources collected for DauT.
Apa syasananya, Baginda? Yasa
There's
kuka
an archer
Baginda.
hitting vills on the outside. A couple vills going down.
Bonjour.
Apa
And the
syasananya,
archer will
Baginda?
dodge the tower arrows. So, DauT. We'll see the barracks. Has a forward range, and will try to defend his tower with that range as the archers pop
Yeah.
out. Sobek will run back to the TC.
Ra.
And DauT up to the Castle Age. Castle Age also for Sobek, but DauT as the Malay, able to catch up, despite the fact Sobek clicked up so much earlier. DauT didn't have to use the market, though. All the market usage was done by Sobek.
Sia.
And there's a stable for him.
Vos ordres?
There's a man-at-arms underneath the tower, gets a Vil kill. That's a Vil kill.
Si.
And now 34 to 46 Vils.
Vos ordres?
And this is looking like the 3-0 DauT wanted, which will be exactly what he wants to face Sorokuma in the final week. They'll be tied in points, both having a loss
Apa
to
syasananya, Baginda?
Kapach. Then Sobek will have to fight Z40 for the final spot not to be relegated. And I think that's Sobek versus Kapach in the final week. We'll go check out what the tiebreakers are after this game. But so far, so good for DauT. We have a Burgundian Knight for Sobek. And Sobek, he has had Bowsaw for a while, and Wheelbarrow. He has a ton of Feudal Age eco upgrades. In some ways, the Burgundians with a good economy in the Feudal Age are good at staying feudal against the Trush. But the initial timing of the Trush from the Malay, where it took Sobek so long to get up to feudal, let DauT make enough forward progress that he could continue moving around with the towers. And he's not done with the towers. Must have been training with Tato, I'm sure, if he knows how to do all these towers. Malay CA, oh my gosh, Automod held this message for smart detection. I will allow it, or our base will allow it. Pasture typed Malay CA into the Twitch chat, and Automod was like, wait a minute. That's not a real thing. Should we allow this made-up unit into the chat? But no, Automod, no, it is real. DauT's making them. DauT is making Malay CA. yeah, I need to remove Arbase from mod for allowing that message. Weak Vills there will be killed by the Malay CA. Look at it go, killing Vills. One Vil, will it get a second? No, it won't. Dux is here too. Good morning, Dux. And this will be 1, 2, 3 TCs for DauT. Sobek did a TC on the outside wood line. Man, every time I say Sobek's name now, I'm thinking. Like I'm pausing and I'm thinking. As I know I'm gonna call him Samaro again if I don't think. I'm so worried about that now. Malay CA to be replaced with discounted elephant archers. Don't the Gajurs already have discounted elephant archers? I'd rather not overlap that, because they can get the discounted ones once they get Kshatriyas. I'm worried I'm gonna do the thing where all the Chinese players have LY in their username, and then I end up calling them Licks by mistake. See the LY, and I'm just like, oh, LY, obviously that's Licks. No, it's not. Unless it is Licks, because he is on LY. And GG from Sobek. And DauT wins 3-0 behind the strength of the Malay Trush. Take the overlay and stats. We have 17 to 14 KD for DauT. That is up by 4K res collected. And the Burgundian Eco gave him a bit of a boost at the start while DauT was trushing. But that was a very, very effective trush. And I think the Civ matchup where that's what Burgundians are going to face on this map. More so than they even do on Arena or other closed maps. From what I've seen, I don't really like Burgundians on Bypass because of how weak they are to that early pressure with the Trush. That's Malay over Burgundians. Not the strength of the Trush, the strength of the Malay CA, of course. Of course. People watch this stream for the analysis and then get the analysis wrong. Thinking the Malay won because of their units other than CA. So what happens now? So this hasn't been updated yet, but DauT will get 3 points. He will be tied with Sorokuma, and ironically enough, DauT and Sorokuma have been identical so far. They both lost 2-1 to Kapach, and then swept their other opponents. Swept Fire, swept Sobek, swept Z40. So the tiebreaker will be the head-to-head of DauT Sorokuma. So whoever wins this is guaranteed at least to finish second. Now Kapach, he still has 2 sets left, against Fire and then against Sobek. If he sweeps both of them, he has 12 points. And then he also has wins against DauT and Sorokuma, so he would win a tiebreaker if either player wins this 2-1. So actually, Kapach, though, because he has 1 loss to Z40, right? Kapach and... Oh, wait, yeah, 1 loss to Z40, 1 loss each to DauT and Sorokuma. So Z40 not getting swept against Kapach means that Kapach actually could still finish second if either DauT or Sorokuma gets a sweep. So if they win 3-0, they are guaranteed to finish first. If either just wins the set 2-1 and Kapach sweeps Sobek, then they are tied but lose the tiebreaker to Kapach and finish second. But I think everyone here are pretty safe finishing top 3. Unless Kapach loses 3-0 to Fire and to Sobek, then Sobek would win the tiebreaker and finish third. But that's pretty unlikely. So big 2 sets for Group 3 in round 5. And Z40 Fire. Earlier, Z40 Sobek, what was the result of that? Z40 won 2-0. Casted that twice, of course, because it was so important. And that means that being tied, Z40 should hold the tiebreaker over Sobek. Sobek will need to win a game. Yeah, and Sobek, if he wins a game, though, against Kapach, well, he'll need to win a game, and also Z40 Fire. Fire looks to have been the weakest player so far. And I think things are looking rough for Sobek compared to Z40 in the final week. He won 4-2. How long for the Viper set? 52 minutes. Yep, so we will cast Platinum. Let me update my overlays then. We'll cast Platinum. Cast Platinum. DauT and Sobek should be Platinum, shouldn't they? It will be Viper versus Dark. And maybe we'll just take a look at the standings for that. It'll be Viper against Dark. Update my overlay, look at the Platinum standings. What group is that? Oh yeah, it's Group D. Group D. Our Viper. Spelled Dark's name incorrectly. Viper had a rough go of it the other day. So we'll say Viper versus Dark. And we update my YouTube standings too. That. And let's see. That was Sobek, and then Platinum, Viper versus Dark. Well, that will start in about 52 minutes. We'll go cast a ranked game before that. And look at those standings real quick. So, yeah, Viper. Look at these standings, Vivi. What the heck? Vivi, he won 2-1 over Viper, 2-1 over Dragonstar. Sitting in first place right now. The rest of this round still needs to finish. But that is a set. Viper really needed to sweep 3-0 against Vivi. If he wants to be at the top of the group. Oh, we'll see those other two sets today? Oh, okay, so it's... We'll also have the Group D finalized. And then, what else is on the schedule today, our base? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sets left. What is the schedule for today? Let's check out the schedule. Oh, is that on Wikipedia too? Yes, it is. Dark Viper, Andy Lewis, and Sato Mihai. Don't know if I'll cast all of them. We'll cast what we can. So I guess we'll just maybe cast a ranked game or two until then. Let's see what we have going on right now. Is anyone playing ranked at the moment? Hera is playing... Who the heck is this? I don't know who that is. I can cast it, though. It's an Arabia game. I also have Lelouch versus Matomsky on Arena. Lelouch got to 2K. Oh, did Hera just finish the game, though? Oh, yeah, Hera just finished the game. We'll wait for Hera to queue again. Valid match ID. And Silver Round 5 starts on Tuesday. And Round 5 will be on not the DLC. And the playoffs will be on the DLC for Silver. And Round 3 of Platinum, so next week's Platinum, starts on the DLC. And yeah, Hera's queuing. I guess we'll just watch and wait for Hera to queue and then cast Hera. The question is there anyone else queuing, though? Viper is online. Is he, though, playing... Is Viper going to stream his games? Because he's playing Rage Forest. Samaro, actually, the real Samaro is in that game. Oh, is there drama in Viper's chat? I see the Onimaru guy just subscribed to Viper's channel. Does that mean we have Onimaru Viper confirmed? How many new saves are coming out? 3, Robbly Biscuit. 3 new saves. Good morning, a lazy developer. Do these players have to make sure they don't update, or will they be able to select an older version through Steam? They can select an older version through Steam. There is a previous slide code that players can select. And looks like Hera got the same player again. I don't know who this player is. But we'll spectate the game. Starting in a moment. New DLC 1v1s? I haven't installed the code for the DLC yet, Ornlu, and I don't think I want to download that right now. I need to do that tonight. Log in the Python. We'll check the DLC out when it's the proper time to check the DLC out, which is tonight when I'm not streaming, and we'll check the maps with our base and come up with ideas for Brazil maps. I see Ornlu do it by using cheat codes in a custom scenario. I have no idea if Ornlu's played recently. I know I haven't. Usually we're pretty close, unless we're playing Baltic. Oh, the game is over. Game is over. Let me just check this. Yeah, the game is over. I don't know why, but it's over. What does my overlay do if I don't put a score? But leaves a dot. So, did this go out of sync? Is this one of those Arabias that went out of sync? So is Hera, like, playing a game on his stream right now? Yeah, GG, well played. Alright, casting Hera is not going to work then, if Arabia goes out of sync. Yeah, he is. What if I try to spectate again, will it go out of sync again? Because it looks like he's in game and playing. Yeah, he is. He's playing, but oh my god, I can't spectate the game. It goes out of sync. Yeah, thanks, DE. Well, extra rough for me to deal with that, because I literally had a call with one of the devs and I sat down and tried to help them walk through Arabia. I've heard that I've identified the issue, but I don't think the issue will be fixed in time for the DLC. Is Viper playing Rage Forest? We could spectate Rage Forest real quick. I only have an overlay set up for that. They're in the lobby for it. This might just be a just chatting stream, because DE will not let us watch Hera's game. He's finished playing? Alright, he's finished playing. He's leaving to rest before TTL. Okay, he's taking a rest. Oh, I didn't read this. Thank you, Fizo99 for the follow 4 minutes ago. So yeah, chat, how are your days going? How are your days going? I think this is a just chatting stream. He said he might raid us. Is the Marrow Rage quit the last Rage Forest game? Oh, Viper is raiding us. Hello, Viper. I was trying to find something to cast, and then you stopped playing Rage Forest. So, GoNet, thank you for the follow. Sticks26, thank you for the follow. So, yeah, we were going to cast Hera, too, but then his game went out of sync. And that's the DE Arabia out of sync bug striking us. So, welcome, everyone. We just finished casting DauT over Sobek. Cast DauT. Is DauT playing? We just casted DauT. I'd always cast more DauT. But I don't see DauT playing. See, we could say... There's no one really at the top of the ladder playing other than Hera. And I think that's why Hera got matched with someone who's 2K3 and I don't recognize. Can I tell us a bit about the books I have back there? Those are my math textbooks from years ago on my bookshelf. DauT Sobek, I just casted that, Accurate. I just casted that. That also went offline, content disaster. And Toft Tomatic, thank you for the follow. Sky Arc, Extra Humor, Penko, Golio, Diesel XD5, and Akika, thank you for the follows. There was drama. Rage Forest. Rage Forest is drama. There's always math here, Tundra Blitz. Rodney Chops, thank you for the follow. So, guys, what do you want to do until we wait? Apparently, there's no one online. Play 1v1 ranked? I actually don't know if I have my hotkey set up for that, even. I need to back them up, actually. I have a backup somewhere, but I was afraid the DLC would clobber them. The AI is looking more realistic. They get better over time. Rage Forest. There is a Rage Forest we could cast. How long until Viper? 40 minutes. We have 40 minutes until Viper. Maybe we just cast Rage Forest? They need one more player to join their lobby, it seems. They got 4 people in their lobby. Thank you, Wasily Yevich, for the follow. 2 out of 2 times you've watched Rage Force this week, there's been drama? Only 2 out of 2? I would think it gets higher than that. I would say it's over 100% drama. Yeah, Viper, apparently, I've heard he's taken a rest until the next match. Yeah. Rage Forest is a map script I'm actually going to need to update for the new DLC. Because there are going to be new animals and stuff. I know the players will want new themes for it. Dark or Dragonstar? Which one would be easier for Viper? Viper has new hotkeys? Is that why he lost to Vivi? He lost because of new hotkeys? Honestly, for TTL, I think a lot of it comes down to preparation. Between Dark and Viper, I think between Dark and Dragonstar, whoever prepares more, I think will be more heavily favored. And I know Dragonstar is probably preparing a lot because he seems to be going full-time to Age now. Good morning, all. Hello, Cloud Gaming. So if Dragonstar is prepping a lot, he should be a force to be reckoned with. He'll have some creative builds. Dragonstar, I think, was the originator of the fish boom on Mudflow back during Hidden Cup. So I expect some creativity from him. He just switched to the new ones? Okay, he just switched to the new ones. Gonna have a lot of hotkey pauses next week. Oh no, oh no. Isn't that in the Universal Handbook? You shouldn't be pausing for stuff like that? Yeah, he made new hotkeys after the Vivi game. He was so disappointed by his performance, he made new hotkeys. Okay, the Rage Forest lobby seems to have disappeared. And still, the only real high-ranked game I have is this Hera game that it goes out of sync. You think Dragonstar can catch up on APM with practice? I have no idea how old Dragonstar is. Are you allowed to show the new civs? I am, but I would need to swap to the DLC. Maybe I should just install that. I'll need to read through all the messages about setting up DLC. Top guys can't compete versus top guys. Hey, Dr. Agonstar is platinum. He is platinum. Nice car I have there. Yeah, that's the Lego Cobra car. We built that on stream a while ago. So what do you all coming from Viper's chat? What do you think about his new team? Do we have any speculations on where he's going to end up? I saw someone pointing out in his chat that that Nego drama, the Onimaru guy, just subbed, which could lead to Onimaru Viper rumors. TL? TL what? What is Team L? Team Liquid? With ACCM. ACCM would be rough for the time zone for him, though. Lionheart 1192, thank you for the follow. ACCM, I played a 2v2 with him once, and we were exactly 12 hours apart. And scheduling that was a nightmare. Is it down to the players who play it to choose who they play with? For what? with ACCM. I mean, players can do whatever they want. And it's not like Age of Empires is a heavily regulated professional sport. Oh, Nego Drama, thank you so much for the sub. So, see, the alert should pop up at some point. There we go. So we hear the quotation.
With these turtle ships, we will send every Japanese ship to the bottom of the sea.
All
We should
confirmed?
build as many as we can.
Does that mean I should add some maps with some special Onamaru logos to them? To the Brazil land. Yeah, you better go find some random one viewer people to sub to on Twitch. Spread the rumors. Should become an Onamaru player during the other 3 months you subscribed. Speaking of drama, why Fire left Onamaru? I don't know. He's his own man. He has his own life to live. Also, let's just take a look at this Wikipedia page for the standings real quick. And how sad it is to see the down arrows for Mihai, Sato, and Dragonstar. But how awesome that looks for Vivi to be all the way on the top with everyone below him trending down. Let the Vivi uptrend commence. He's so high up that he doesn't even have an up arrow. He's just in first place, and that's where he naturally should be. And also, those T90 emotes, the up and down emotes, that is such a debate. It looks like people are like spending 1-bit cheers in the chat. 1-bit cheers. They need a new symbol other than a triangle for an emote. And Eternal5208, thank you for the follow. All these fake cheers in the chat. Just started snowing like crazy here. Arbase, I have a lot of snow right outside. You can have that. And Yashaman, thank you for the follow. And Don Cotletto, thank you for the follow. 1-bit cheers add up, 1-bit emotes. Or 0-bit emotes, they don't add up. And to just help keep the chat engaged. You want snow? You've had like 2 months of nonstop rain in London. Hopefully it stops when Red Bull happens. You have your first baseball game in 2 weeks. Baseball in the snow. That sounds like fun. I think it rained literally every day this year. That's the UK for you, right? So what do we think about this Group D? I feel that Viper should be a clear favorite if he's on point. But so far, it doesn't look like that's the case. A loss to Vivi in week 1 is very, very bad for him. When you're going to be competing against... I feel that Sato is probably his best competition at the moment. When you're competing against Sato, having that loss to Vivi, I think, is rather awkward. He was sick, sure, but still. Sick doesn't care 5 weeks later when the standings end. When is Viper playing Dark? In about 30 minutes. There aren't many players playing ranked games right now, so I don't have much to cast in the meantime. And Hera's game went out of sync when I tried to cast it. You know, we do have a good game. We do have DauT versus Dragonstar. And try casting that. Will I cast or will T90 cast? I think we'll both cast. see, this will take some artistry to set up on my overlay. Give me a moment to get this. Okay, let's see if I think this overlay works. Yeah, there you go. So I don't have the flag for Doherty. He's not a TTL player. And thank you, John Shundrick, for the follow. So this is the highest level game I have right now that I can see. But we'll have... What is this MegaRandom Baltic map? Viper wins today. Caddy Matt giving us the fake cheer. Giving us the fake cheer. What we really need is like an up arrow 100 emote. That'd be a really fake cheer. So camels as scouts. Feudal Age for Dragonstar. Britain's Gajurs. Which of these civs is the better water civ? The Longbowman for Dragonstar. That's not going to help on the water. Well, maybe it will. Let's see, Shipwright. Oh, the Britons are quite good. They have a great tech tree for the dock. They only miss Elite Cannon Galleon. Why no flag for Doherty? I only have flags for the TTL players. I will need to... I don't have a manual way to add that very easily. Doherty is Chinese. Overlay's still a work in progress, so I need to get that added. And does the camel scout... Or the camel they have as a scout is not a camel scout. Gajurs... Actually, worse tech tree. They'll miss fast fire. So I think we'll prefer Britons on the water. Is a 12-villager nomad start where all 12 villas were placed around the entirety of the lake? Oh, that sounds awesome. Oh, look. Doherty unlocking the DLC ahead of time. The Gajur fishing ships can garrison in the dock. It's a bonus that we never really see, because you don't pick Gajurs for water maps, since they want to use the mill. And if you're going for the early dock, then you won't have the mill for the sheep or the chickens. Is it? Yes, it is 16 GMT, not 14. 14 was DauT. Hold on, let me fix that. 16 GMT, yes. Thank you. I'm just a silly American who doesn't know my time zones. You remember when Indians were a civ? I had a 100% win rate with them on AoE2 Insights for a while. They finally updated that. Fire galley there goes down. Be cool if someday part of the TTL playoffs could be played on a LAN in the USA. USA LANs, I think, are going to be very, very difficult to organize due to visa issues. I really don't know if it'd ever really be feasible. So full galleys for Dragonstar. He's playing completely on the water. There is the forward barracks. Dragonstar scouts it. Range in front of it for Doherty. And Dragonstar, he'll be as walled as he can be, but there are shallows. He could wall over to a dock. I think the docks out there would be a good wall location. Where am I in? I'm in Jersey. I'm outside New York City. And 8 galleys to 2 fire galleys. The Dragonstar taking a good lead on the water. And a blacksmith there for Dragonstar. Oh, he has a gold all the way in the corner of the map. And Odorich94, thank you for the follow. Oh, Scythro. How's it going, Scythro? Welcome into the chat. Never heard of Doherty? He's a Chinese player. Not at the top around Mr. Yo, but he's a pretty good, what's that, 2K4? Mid 2K level Chinese player. Again, I need to get the overlay. I'm still doing updates to it. I need to get flags for non-TTL players. This is just a random ranked game we found while waiting for a Viper set to start. So he will be up a minute faster than Dragonstar, but Dragonstar will have a good fishing eco. Well, I'd say that, but the fish are very, very far from the docks. Actually, might actually be an overinvestment into water from Dragonstar if he's not able to take efficient fish. Maybe he could fish trap, but that might be awkward with the double range forward. Double range archers from the Gajurs. Maybe this becomes elephant archers once DauT gets up. Fishing line time. Not time for that yet, Vanilla Donut. That is in the DLC. This is not the DLC yet. We got another 2 days. Learn to ice skate. Nice. I haven't done that in a long time. There's DauT up to castle. I know Viper's been playing the new civs. I've not seen anything from the new civs yet. I've just been more worried about the DLC breaking the map scripts. But I'll hopefully get a chance to check it out tonight. Some fires go down. I can also install the code I have for the Three Kingdoms. I'd never actually installed that. It's been sitting in my inbox for months. Hopefully it still works. And there's Dragonstar up to castle, just now doing horse collar, but hasn't done a single farm yet. Maybe recognizing he'll need some farms with how far the fish are away. And we'll be adding in some archers. Elephant and archer into crossbow push from DauT. Elephants could be kind of shocking with how quickly they go through walls, and pure archers won't stop them. A fishing ship still attacked down here. I have a lot of goats inside of that mill. Town watch for Dragonstar. Couple of farms added in with that horse collar. You don't own the DLC, but because you've gotten the Win with Macedonians achievement. Nice. That's always a thing. You get the Win with a Civ achievement when you don't own the Civ. It's already crashed or new stream. Okay, okay. I've had a couple of crashes, but they seem to be more related to capture age or random VRAM issues. Orly was talking about that as well with the capture age crashes. Yeah, I know Hera had a few crashes too. It's annoying for me to have the crash and have to restart the stream and obviously lose viewers because of it. But I've also had the experience that whenever Hera's stream crashes, I then gain Hera viewers while they come and watch the stream until Hera gets back online. So on the net, I'm not sure if the crashes have been a bad thing or a good thing for me. I'm gonna hope they get fixed regardless. But I do kind of have the bug report sense of whenever someone else's capture age crashes, I know about it because people come over here. Ballistics for DauT. I've been talking to a couple of people to try to get them to look into the issue, and hopefully they are. Anecdotally, it feels like things have been worse since I moved to Windows 11. I guess the answer is just swap to Linux. Ornu got the achievements before he played the campaigns. So, crossbow raid. Written crossbows with extra range. No ballistics yet, so they can't hit anything. That's a video I have to do, too. Units without ballistics cannot hit anything in DE. And it's much worse than it was in AOC. That TC change they made, where the TC projectiles are now bigger, is fixing a symptom and not a disease, where the arrows couldn't hit. They could hit very well in AOC. Or not very well, but at least better. So another group of crossbows for Dragonstar, as he is now facing an elephant push. He's trying to fat slob up a passage. And we'll get mangonels out. With the mangonel, he should be able to defend this. This push would need redemption monks to deal with the mangonels, and without them, that should be able to hold the walls. So Dragonstar dominating on our MegaRandom. Oh, and capture age is sped up. No, don't speed up. Don't spoil that the map is over. You need to kill another 20 minutes before Viper's set.
Ready.
Do I think the DE, the music tracks, are upgrades? I felt that when they did AoE 1 DE, as well look at the stats, they put a lot of effort into upgrading the music. And you can have your own personal preference as to whether the tracks, or you might prefer one or the other, but they very clearly had effort put into them. And I don't think they put the same budget allocated to the DE remasters of the tracks. Not to say that they're like bad, but they're clearly not the same live orchestra recordings that they had for AoE 1. So that's whether you prefer DE or the original. I think I usually prefer the originals, but it's a bit of sadness that they don't have that same effort on them. Next proton layer takes out some performance. Performance isn't really the issue. It's more VRAM leaks crashing. So hold on, let me set my overlay back up for this Viper set. Get the Viper dark colors. That's not their draft. He only had 3 fishing ships at the end. That's because the fish were really far from the docks. He didn't keep investing into the fishing ships. He went for the farmer eco instead. All right, chat. We have another 20 minutes to kill. There's an Arabia team game going on. Tato's playing a 3v3. See, DauT and Dragonstar are doing another MegaRandom. You guys up for another MegaRandom? You can do that. I just get my overlay right back into where it was. Hope capture rage doesn't crash the stream. This will be Slavs Mongols. And alright, we'll do another one of these. Slavs Mongols. One of the next TTL sets in about 20 minutes. 20 minutes, and then we'll have some platinum action. I think the AoE 2DE music was purposefully maintained true to the original. AoE 1DE sounds more MIDI synth, which is why AoE 1DE went full orchestra. As far as my place from the Canadian border, probably 5-hour drive. If I were to go to, like, up to Buffalo. And then cross over there. Dre94, thank you for the follow. So, what the heck is this MegaRandom map? This might be a long one. I think we might have to abandon this one when Viper and Dark start their draft. This is... Okay, at least MegaRandom's looking a bit crazier than it has in the past. What's the next set? Next set will be Viper Dark. That'll be in about 20 minutes. And we have a dock. Early dock from DauT. Mongols usually are S-tier MegaRandom civ because the maps have extra hunt. If he finds the boar and those chickens, he'll be happy. Guard tower, and he has found the chickens. He has found the chickens. They start with a horse as a scout. DauT would love this. Hey, DauT did pretty well last time there was a hyper random tournament. Yeah, crazy map, and with only a horse as a scout, you're not going to figure out what the middle looks like. Last game, it was a pure water map, but this game, it's not. So if you go triple docks thinking you're going galleys, maybe you get your baited. Has Dragonstar even... Okay, yeah, Dragonstar has found the water. I was worried he wouldn't see it for a moment. And the boar will come in. He'll do a forward dock. Has found a shorefish for it. Market start. Oh my gosh, market. Market start, you're right. Market against the edge of the map. Perfect for trading for DauT. Less ideal for Dragonstar. You get more trade if it were against the edge. All right, you need early trade cart if you start with the market. FC into trade carts, yeah. In the feudal age, you can make a trade cart for an extra scout. There's the dock for Dragonstar. Lumber camp on the way. So, house forward. Bit of scouting by the water. He really needs to find that extra boar. He has, okay. Bit of a tricky lure as with the hill in the way. But this feels just like a simple boar lure back on Vubli Arabia. Back when they were more difficult to lure, they were behind the trees. You had to shoot them twice, go over hills. There was more lag. Well, it wasn't just simple automatic kill it with the TC. Like it is today. Castle drop in the middle coming. I mean, forward castle in the middle gives you a lot of map control. You can push forward from that. Is this TTL? Nope, TTL starts in about 15 minutes. I know Dr. Agenstar is playing TTL. That's why I have the flag for him in the overlay. But it'll start soon. Yeah, I have no idea. What makes the map more interesting is you need to scout it, right? I mean, you need to take a fishing ship and scout, I think, just so you know what the water looks like. Here, Dragonstar might make the mistake of thinking it looks exactly like the previous map, and then go maybe double, triple dock galleys. Unless he's really paying attention and you can see how, like, you can see the difference in the colors of the water. How it goes shallow to medium to shallow again. If you can really pay attention and see, yeah, there's a coast in the middle, that water indicates there's a coastline. I don't know if he's paying that close attention, though. He only has 2 fishing ships, third one on the way. That Vil might be going for another dock. Remember the Battle of Sterling? Yeah, double dock, then he's opening galleys. Remember the Battle of Sterling, where the narrator, there are 2 things he says. He says, don't forget, keep exploring the map. And he also tells you, fishing ships are also useful for exploring. Very important advice for MegaRandom. Where I think DauT, same thing. He's seen that there's land in the middle, so maybe he has a better idea that they're far apart. This is the type of map where triple archery range on the neutral island would be great. Would actually work out, wouldn't it? Oh, Dragonstar, he's housed, doesn't have the galley. Maybe that's just helping him. He doesn't want the game saying, don't overinvest into galleys. Yeah, chat. Actually, I wonder if you're playing AoE 2, like, give me some feedback, chat. They added that feature that plays a secondary "you're about to be housed" indicator when you're 5 pop away from being housed. Do you use that? And now Dragonstar sees his land, and his galley rush will be slowed down by the land. I actually turned that off. I found that it was kind of more harmful than helpful. Yeah, it's on by default. I turned it off. What I found is that throughout the game, there are times when it doesn't match up to population. Like, if you're in the Dark Age, you're usually timing your builds to be 2 pop away from being housed. That's when you send the build to build the house, as Dragonstar will get those galleys a bit late, but onto the fishing ships. And having it be 5 pop early is a bit distracting and too early. And then you get to the point where, say, like, your 4 or 5 TC booming, say, like, as a pocket in an arena or Black Forest team game. And 5 pop is too late when you have so many TCs producing. And it's too late to get that indicator. And I find that for a lot of the time, it didn't actually match up to when I wanted to build a house. I don't know if it's something that might be more useful if it were, like, dynamic. Like in the Dark Age, or later on, it had different pops. Maybe it should just, like, correspond to the TC of when vills are queued, and you're gonna hit the pop limit through, like, the villager queue. It's interesting, but I feel like the way it's implemented leaves, it leaves a bit to be desired. Just blinked the pop counter. Yeah, does it have a sound, too? I thought it had a sound. Never once noticed it, so I thought it was disabled by default, and you never bothered to turn it on. I think it's on by default, first name, last name. I don't know if it changes your settings, though, if you didn't have it on before. Well, I guess it would if it's on by default. Because it's a new option. So, the fishing ships from DauT have been running all around, but he has around 1k more res collected, both Mongols taking the hunt, and the fact he went up for a more slow fish boom for a fast castle. So I actually like his position. With the 4 dock, you'll be able to get fire ships. Dragonstar with 4 docks, but he's a long way from being up. You're already up to the castle age. And War Galley on the way for DauT. Been playing bot games the past year, so I often turn the sound way down. So second TC for DauT. Horse very low on HP, but still scouting. Dragonstar, he's already sold the stone using that starting market, so he's not going to be able to click up anytime soon. 1 demo raft and War Galley on the way. Demo ship just finished. Dragonstar nicely spreading out the fires so he won't take 1 big demo. But DauT will try to bring fires around the outside of the water too. Dragonstar has walled up. This could be a long game. This could be a very long game. I know a lot of people don't like when I abandon a game. But if they start the draft, I might have to. So lots of fishing ships. Dragonstar going full feudal galleys. He's almost clicking up. DauT buying stone. When you switched off the pre-housed warning, it switches off everything. You just get the old school housed warning. Fires very low on HP, but still fires ships. And Dragonstar, he's holding. Still holding. Actually, he still has the better KD. You could also just mod the audio sound. There's probably mods out there for it. Nice demo. Clears a couple of fires. Repairville for the fire ship. And this is looking good for DauT. Dragonstar's trying to get up. He's but 90 seconds away. And I think DauT will win the water as he already has a 1, 2, and now 3 TC boom. TC on the middle island. Oh, this is interesting. It's like migration, but with land on the outside. Like connected migration. And demo. Ooh, that was almost a great demo. Still decent. It stops a demo raft. Migration at home. got a snowstorm. I wish I could send you the no snow mod IRL. His Dragon Star up to the Castle Age. And looks like he's going to keep playing, but he's in a really tough spot. DauT has been doing work on the water. Got up to a 1915 KD now. And has a huge lead in booming. Mongols, I think, also should be great against Slavs. I don't think Slavs will have a good answer to Mangudai. No bracer for them for their skirms. Oyars should be countered by Mangudai. Halbs countered by Mangudai. Their Siege Onager may be their best bet, but then you're still against Mongols who go drill Mangudai, probably with more water control. Let's see. Ping on Discord. Where's the ping? Dark will be a little late today, so we'll have a small delay for the first set. Alright. Well, that's fine. Dragon Star buying some food. What's he gonna do with the... I guess that's just to keep the TCs running. He's trying to 3 TC boom himself, but down 20 Vils. He can start using the other quality of life feature, the auto farms. Fires trying to get around, maybe find more fishing ships. He has to go full onto a farming eco now. Lose a dock. And keep fighting with fire ships. Buy some food too. Ooh, that could be a good demo. That could be a good demo. Ooh. Okay demo. Okay demo. Didn't really get to the middle of the fire ships. Fire ship here goes down. Weak Vil. Low HP. But no need for DauT to push as a demo ahead of time. You can just take his time, boom, add a 4th TC. Play Ornlu's favorite type of game. Play Ornlu's favorite type of booming game. So Dragon Star here is basically hoping that he has a good Civ matchup. A monastery for him, gonna start getting relics. I feel that whoever wins the water will be able to control the sides without issue. Now, what do the Slavs look like late game on water? No heavy demo, no shipwright, no elite cannon galleon. Mongols, they have shipwright, they have Mongols have a good late game water tech tree. No dry dock, but fully upgraded ships. Otherwise. Fast fire, heavy demo, galleon. No elite cannon galleon, but they do have normal cannon galleon, so they should be just fine. Don't see them losing water to the Slavs unless there's a big mistake from DauT. Dragon Star is a bit more stone now. Wonder if he'll try to maybe castle drop in the middle. Still winning fights. I feel like Dragon Star is keeping the KD close. But close isn't what he needs. He needs to find a way to get dominance back. Otherwise he'll be stuck here and maybe even castle dropped by DauT. And DauT right now could go Imp plus Castle Transport and drop the castle right on Dragon Star's face. Get 20 Vils onto that transport and go forward. Then Dragon Star is simply forced to react while you probably have the better late game Civ. Gold's in the corner. Players will want to control too. DauT could also think about maybe walling Dragonstar off so he can't walk to the sides. Wheelbarrow for Dragonstar. And Imperial Age clicked for DauT, up with a huge timing advantage over Dragonstar, who's down by a TC, doesn't have a second building, doesn't have the res to go up. Oh, that's not going to be a transport ship castle, unfortunately. I was hoping for a transport ship. There's a wheelbarrow. So, just wheelbarrow now. I guess there's no wheelbarrow for DauT. Wheelbarrow nice if you want a castle drop, so your vills walk all that little bit faster. Wheelbarrow and Imp, also heavy plow. But I wonder if Dragonstar will really try to race Imp, or if he'll call it once he sees DauT gets Imp. DauT being very defensive with the castles. He's saying, "I heard Dark was late. Let's fill the time till Viper Dark starts." Should I write starting soon on the overlay? I'll just slightly extend. Hello, Alan Citaz. Okay, transport ship for Dragonstar. And Dragonstar has a plan. Dragonstar wants to drop a forward castle with 15 vills. And will DauT see that? Yes, he will. He will see it. You'll see it very much. Dragonstar has the map control with his fires so far. He's kept investing into them. And he's got one shot to make this work. Okay, Dragonstar, he's got a shot to make this work. Defensive castle for DauT. But that's going to give Dragonstar a shot to do another castle over here. But I guess the first thing that comes out of this castle will be a trebuchet. Houses will see the vills. Could run in vill fight. Do an anti-castle vill fight. That's what he's doing there. Wanted the vill fight, doesn't get it in time, didn't run soon enough. Now that castle will go up as Dragonstar is up to Imp, but the trebs will be deployed first for DauT, who can make them from this castle. Dragonstar is still somewhat controlling water, as we might want to see fast fires from DauT, still with castle lead ships. There's the castle, but here is the Treb. Still 47 seconds from Imp is Dragonstar. Chemistry for DauT. Siege Engineer is also a possibility for him. He has 4,000 more resources collected. Just needs to take a decent fight on the water as he's going galleons. Going for galleons. No fast fires. There'll be galleons. Already has ballistics. Dragonstar doing careening. But that Treb should start knocking down the castle, and I expect to see a second Treb on the way. Boyars, I don't think will be all that useful. Yeah, MegaRandom, yeah, he wants the Treb there. Wants the Treb, definitely. Just more galley. Doesn't get fast fires. Who doesn't? Dragonstar doesn't get heavy demo. The Mongols do get fast fires, though. They do indeed get fast fire. Alright, and there we go. Finally, that transport ship I wanted to see. There's the castle drop. Does Dragonstar have enough vills to stop it? 9 to 10. Yeah, Dragonstar has to pull and send more. I don't think he stops that castle, and now needing to go for this fight at home means he's not going to have as much for the forward fight. That's 2 trebs already. And once that gets cleared, MegaRandom presumably can go forward. Dragonstar, if he's rushing this castle up, won't have the stone for any follow-up at the front. There will be a skirm for him. The castles goes up, though. 2 dead vills, that's it. And petards, he's opening with petards. Has to make sure he gets the petards atop the hill before hitting the castle. Both players go on petards. Let's go. Let's go. Down here, 3 trebs. They should win that fight. And a ram push against what now will be MegaRandom. Yeah, as long as the vills repair those trebs, they'll be fine. And if MegaRandom are out in time for the rams, all the better. Trebs, are they accurate enough to destroy that treb? The vill, oh, they hit the repair vill. Still can't hit the treb. Dragonstar doing everything he can to repair. More MegaRandom from the castle. That'll be ungarrisoned, though, to destroy the ram. And petards for both players over here. Petards against the downhill castle will be good for Dragonstar. But good, I don't think, is enough for him. Alright, looks like they're going to be starting their drafts in just a moment. Dark has arrived. And I think it's safe to say things are going to fall apart for Dragonstar. Cannon Galleons here to destroy trebs. Let's go Cannon Galleons. Thank you, Carnager, for the follow. So, Cannon Galleons take out a treb. Could still do... Yeah, he does have Siege Engineers, okay. Does have Siege Engineers. We'll research Elite MegaRandom. And just waiting to finish off this castle. And once that goes down, that should be game. I don't think there's a way Dragonstar comes back at this point. And it'll be time to go update the scoreboard for TTL finally. Cannon Galleon still destroying more trebs. One of the rare instances where Siege Engineers is going to be relevant for petards. Well, it looks like the push there for Dragonstar able to take the castle down fast enough. But now MegaRandom clear everything down here. Just a skirm or 2 there. Cannon Galleons destroy the buildings too. As do the trebs. MegaRandoms now are elite MegaRandoms. Always love seeing them. Thumb ring for them too. Dragonstar, he's not giving up. Going for fast fire in a dock that might be destroyed. Okay, he is giving up. There we go. Not much left he can do there. Alright. That game was over since he didn't scout properly and went galleys against a player who was fish booming. Who's DauT? Mid 2K Chinese player. OBS is freaking out on me. Alright, we got Viper Dark, the draft's going on. I'm going to take a quick break myself and grab some more coffee. Maps will be Quarry, then High Tides for Viper, and Coast Arena for Dark. That is bold to pick a closed map against Viper. Alright, Viper no longer picks Phosphoro. They started and have I missed it while I was in the bathroom. Check the dashboard. And yes, they are in Quarry. Let's hope capture rate doesn't crash anything. The map will be Quarry. We've been looking at the standings all day, and it will be good. Spec delay, and then Burgundians for Viper, and Armenians for Dark. Burgundians versus Armenians. So we really do have two closed maps here in Quarry and Coast Arena. Bohemians, Armenians, Italians, all good closed map civs for Dark. Armenians might have been saved for Coast Arena, but decided to use them here for Quarry, maybe to go longsword pressure. Fortified churches in the middle. High Tides, Dravidians feel like the civ for Dark. Chinese, I don't know where he's going to use Chinese. Viper, though, Burgundians, Spanish, Georgians, Aztecs, and Romans. Opening with Burgundians for Quarry. Ooh, Spanish could be for Coast Arena for Viper. Georgians, Romans, Aztecs for High Tides. I don't see Viper having a... Maybe Georgians. Other than that, I don't see him with like a really top-tier High Tide civ. Yeah, Lithuanians were not banned. I'm surprised we don't see them. Viper picking only cool horse UU civs. Like me at age 13. Yeah, you gotta pick them based on the unique unit. Other than Aztecs, he still has Aztecs there. Aztecs on High Tides could be the play. I don't know. Sometimes Viper's drafts confuse me. Alright, but here we go on Quarry. Oh, I forgot to turn my camera on. Do that. There we are. Back onto Quarry. So we have Dark as the blue Armenians to the west. And we have Viper as the yellow Burgundians to the east. Viper still doesn't have a team. Deer pushed in by Viper. We'll get that to the TC. Nice little rug under the TC. And this is a closed map. On the sides, there are reeds. You can chop the reeds if you want. And, ooh, could Dark lame? Ooh, Dark could lame the boar. Will he go for it? Will he go for it? Dark? Oh, Viper's scouts right there. Not going to go for it if the scouts right there. He was thinking of it. I'm sure he was thinking of it. And some reeds on the other side, too. And Avil will shoot the boar. As another Avil heads down to the wood line to the back right. Or an Inca meta on this map at some point? I wouldn't think so. Not a particularly late game choke pointy civ. Not that they're horrible at it, but I think there are much better options. If they were picked, they would be for a super early drush in an attempt at forward pressure, which I think is also what the Armenians are going to be for Dark. That he's picking them because he wants to do fortified churches to control the middle, or maybe even men-at-arms into longswords to push in feudal if Viper walls up. Well, when he had the announcement video, talked about GL finally paying him. He said that he had some new team lined up and should have an announcement in a few weeks. So hopefully we hear that soon. I'd like to hear that announcement before I start thinking about another cartographers. Because right now I don't know if a 2v2 tournament makes sense if a Vitality has 3 players. Ooh, rug under the TC too. Maybe we'll need cartographers 3v3. I'd love to do a 2v2 LAN event, but maybe that's a bit beyond what I'm capable of doing at the moment. There's a barracks for Dark. 2v2 shared civ bonus tournament. Called Twists Angels? That's not a true rumor. I would never name a team after Los Angeles Angels. West Couchland. You see attacking the boar. We're taken. The Corridor Cup. Why would it be in a corridor? We at least have a room for the players. So mill for Viper. And gets the deer to the mill, not even pushing to the TC. Less distance pushed, more time to push. Yeah, we did have that show match last year for Valentine's Day, the shared co-op show match. And here we go, Dark as expected, applying some pressure as the Armenians with a drush. I do wonder if it's worth it to add a spear with your drush. Help pressure the scout. But that'll be the opening for him. Viper might not have seen it yet. He's been pushing deer so much that he didn't actually scout the barracks. He did find some of the extra resources of Dark, but didn't do the full circle. And has not seen the berries plus barracks. And he will have to rely on his quick walling skills. He does have loom. The scout runs past. And here come the militia. Here come the quick walls. Ooh, and Viper. Oh, what is this? We cast a DauT as the first game of the day. Viper, what are you doing? Losing a Vil, losing one Vil. Has to pull 5 Vils to fight, and there's still a Vil kind of exposed. The militia, well, just kind of hoover around here. They don't want Viper to quick wall. And they're just gonna leave. So Viper, all the Vils on one side of the lumber camp makes it easier to fight. For efficiency, he'll have to go back to the other side soon. Viper's going up faster, so he'll have a bit less eco on his way up. Also doing a barracks. Double bit axe only so far, relying on all the deer to skip horse collar. And, well, I guess maybe somewhat similar to what we saw in that bypass game earlier. Longer Dark Age for the Armenians. I mean, longer Dark Age for the Burgundians can lead to another civ that can be aggressive, like the Malay, or even like the Armenians, to go for an aggressive drush. And now more militia added in, and we'll have we'll have a 5 militia into men-at-arms into longswords drush. Oh, drush into longswords from Dark. There's Viper up to feudal. He's doing Flemish militia. So, what are we seeing here? Is this a monocle game? Longswords versus Flemish militia. Dark wants all the longswords, indeed. There's Dark up to feudal. Get the men-at-arms for him. And when the men-at-arms fight the scout, attack the Flemish militia, scout from behind, trying to poke down the scout, but is killed. And the militia, the men-at-arms die before becoming longswords. That was an amazing clear-up from Viper. Everything from Dark. He lost it all. And he's trying to add a range. But what looked like it was going to be 5 longswords suddenly becomes 0 of everything. Just now doing loom himself, recognizing the counterattack from Viper, trying to make sure everything is walled up. Might need another Vil for more HP over here. Yeah, amazing clear, and he has bow saw and horse collar clicked already. Maybe this Viper is in better shape than the one that lost to Vivi. Did Viper do anything greedy yet? Well, he didn't wall in the Dark Age and lost a Vil to a drush. And that house is on the way up.
Ես պատրաստ եմ։
Հրամանք ձեր, թեր ինձ պարապետ։
And a blacksmith for Dark.
Այո, տեր իմ թագավոր։ Բարև ձեզ, տեր իմ թագավոր։ Այո, տեր իմ թագավոր։
See.
And fletching on the way. Another house. And, oh, house denied. Dark has some housing space, though. And Viper will get in. Alright, so now Viper wants to do damage with this feudal army. And Dark has no walls in the back. Can try to go to the TC. Can wall the back of this wood line. As the Armenians, the good thing is that he can run to safety with the mule cart. But he needs to wall, and wall quickly. As he does not have the numbers Viper has. 10-4 military. He's a 2-vil lead, but nowhere near the eco upgrades Viper has. All these farms do not have horse collar.
Հրամանք ձեր, թեր ինձ պարապետ։
Viper needs to avoid being greedy and delving too deeply. If he holds for the late game, I would think the Burgundians are favored in the Civ matchup. Oh, did I have the... I need to turn the platinum logo on. Wait, it is on. Okay, good. Almost forgot about that. Oh, almost, I was looking by the score. Almost forgot I put it by the mini-map. Skirmish pick the scout.
Այո, թեր ինձ պարապետ։
Pozoto. See, Pozoto.
Հրամանք ձեր, թեր ինձ պարապետ։
And now Dark continuing to try to wall. Viper has to be careful that he doesn't let Dark wall and then separate the army from the reinforcements. If Dark gets this wall up, then he has all the time he wants to clear this army in the back of his base. And now he's thinking of more houses. But there's an overchop. There is an overchop on the woodline. The militia get through. And Dark forced back to run to the TC. Mule cart will serve as a bit of a barrier as he tries to wall to stop the army. But Dark forced to fight before he wants to. Viper not killing any vills so far, but still forcing Dark to react.
Ես ծառաձեր եմ, թեր ինձ պարապետ։
React with walls. React with everything he has with skirms. More walls. He does not want Flemish militia fighting his vills.
See.
That might be inevitable at this point, though. Doesn't look like he'll get quick walls up on that lumber camp. A couple of archers would avoid, or would prevent small walls from being effective too.
Հրամանք ձեր, քտեր իմ թագավոր։
See.
And Vil down. Now Viper doing some damage. Now he's closing the res collected gap. He'll kill another Vil. Oh, the militia. Very, very deadly. The skirms prevent another kill. Yes, they can. And that's only 2 kills for Viper. But he has now caught up in resources. And he's ahead by a Vil. Dark buying food. Dark about ready to go up. So is Viper. Viper will do it without needing the market. So probably a better eco for a Viper. Hello, Red Cliffy. Hope you're having a lovely day. And that you're excited to watch some Viper. A couple of houses up for Viper. As the skirms come back. So when you're up, then the decision, what do you do on this map? Do you boom? I think fighting for relics is a good play for both of them, right? Armenians and Burgundians. Burgundians get the extra food income when they grab the relics, so extra valuable for them. And I think you're feeling you already have the late game advantage if you're Burgundians anyway. So do something aggressive in the middle so that Dark doesn't have complete middle control for a forward push, and then slowly try to boom behind it. Dark patrolling the side with an archer. I've never seen someone chop through the reeds in a pro game. I really want to see that. been missing that. It was so much effort for me to get those reeds set up properly. I probably have an easier way to do it now using dead fish traps. But when I first did this map, this was a challenge. There's an outpost Viper up the castle age. He'll outpost. He'll see the archer. Archer will give him some scouting information since he gets that temporary revealer when the archer shoots him. Elite Skirm, and as you'd expect, fortified church immediately for dark. And that's what I was kind of worried about. The Armenians getting the middle. I'll get that first relic and then 3 more relics for them to pick up. Viper did wall 1 of them, so that'll be a total of 1 plus 2 plus another 1 in the back. That should be 4 relics for dark. I don't see a world where Viper stops dark from taking that relic. And dark will be going forward for a workshop. I think also agreeing that Burgundians are probably the better late game civ. Skirms all go down. And after getting some initial damage with the Drush, didn't follow up with long swords, perhaps because of how well Viper did at clearing the army. And oh, he's going forward for a relic just to see that it's walled. And no, says Viper. That's his relic. Can the mirror axis? It can be a 90-degree turn. They can't be diagonal reeds. You could tower hop them if they were diagonal too, so they do kind of have to be set up like this. MegaRandom misses the Skirm. And Scale Barding will come in for Viper. He'll have another stable. And 2 TC Boomin versus Dark's 1 TC Boom. And double stable. Ooh. Is this an opportunity for Dark to take all the relics and run them back into his base? Probably not. I think if he loses this and loses the forward, he might be dead anyway. Probably needs to commit to more middle control. The hard thing is the scouting on this map when he doesn't see Vipers going double stables. But Viper won't have scouting of that castle. To work at all angles, 1 line of reeds at 27 degrees, please. With the trigonometry I've done, I could probably get them working up to any integer degree. And have 360 modulo degrees that place lands at the same location. Different placements. There's a castle for Dark. And the Light Cav will attack the Minganel. Monks want conversions of the Light Cav. Monk goes down. And all the Light Cav killed by Composite Bowman. So Viper's got to be worried a bit here. This is an aggressive push. Imp on the way for Dark, and he will be playing this full clown style 1 TC fast Imp. And as much as Viper wants to go forward, he's going to let Dark push him. Viper thinking, I'm not going to do a defensive castle, I'll do a forward castle. It'll be maybe a struggle for Dark to get Trebs on level ground, but I guess he could do them in front of the church. As the ram push is getting into Viper's base, Viper taking a score lead, but that's because Dark has spent res on Imp. What does the castle provide for Dark? Some middle control and Composite Bowman production. He was planning on doing a siege push, so the castle on his face I don't think does too much more than this one does. Alright, Manganel trying to just destroy the Skirms, split from Viper. Skirms picking off Composite Bowman a bit. Manganel would have loved to have killed those vills and stopped the castle, but the castle continues. It's Dark up to Imp, and immediately Q's a trebuchet. Q's a trebuchet. Ram attacking the house. We'll have chain barding armor for Viper. It's killing Bills as a watchtower goes up. Those are the anti-armor archers. The Italian Genbos are the anti-cap ones. Fortified church for Dark on the woodline as Viper's in and Viper doing a tower. So Dark retreating to the middle of the map where he currently has safety. Viper on 2 TCs doing a university and at a back range. Will probably stay full castle age. Try to go for a skirmisher. And honestly, you're against composite bowman and you don't need the armor upgrades. Cavalier in castle age might be a nice unit choice. Yo, Cavalier Skirm. Right now, Knight Skirm, but can't upgrade to Cavaliers. I think I saw him. Let's see, he did do +2 armor. Will help against the TCs, of course, but not against the composite bowman. And Viper with a 20-vil lead as Dark sends everything to the middle. And needs to protect the Treb and the siege from the Knights. So far managing to do that. A few Castilia out for the Viper too, who himself now is housed. Power up in the back. And chemistry for Dark. Dead. I think he's completely dead. Well, he's lost his church. He'll try to rebuild one. Maybe he needs a church farther in the back. And there's the oh, the Treb is left undefended. Viper picks the Treb, and that might be GG. If he doesn't have the Treb. Devotion, and Viper's taking a bigger score lead. There's nothing raiding him anymore. Viper, man. Viper OP. Viper's strong. Go King Snack, hello Devus. Oh, that's a lot of Vils dying by the TC. Yeah, Dark played a high-risk strat, right? But Civ matchup kind of lends itself to that. I think the big mistake for Dark was letting those men-at-arms get cleaned up in feudal before they became longswordsmen. And he made a quick switch to archers to try to deal with the militia. If he still had longswords available, then he probably takes better fights against the militia and can slow down the archer swap. Maybe even think about going skirms instead just to deal as a hard counter to Viper's archers. Oh, Dark, does this count as 0 TC gameplay? He has no Vils by the TC. There's a Treb going for the castle now, as we have Ballistics for Viper. And Ballistics also for Dark. His Viper has castles everywhere. And Dark's last chance is that Treb. He's trying to do a ram push, but that goes nowhere. And if Viper can amass enough cav to snipe the Trebs, then this is GG. He could send the Knight in too. Some quick walls from Dark, but they are on crack. It's a palisade gate on cracked terrain. That is not a wall at all. And one Treb down, second Treb down. This castle will stand. Oh, that was low. That was low. Got down to around 100 HP. But Viper picks the Trebs off in time. Perfectly calculated. All calculated. And he'll add more farms, more skirms. And he's still in the castle age. Maybe Dark not wanting to resign while it's Imp versus Castle. But he's pretty soon to be 0 TC gaming. As he has nothing left. No Vils on the outside. Yeah, Palisade Gate on cracked terrain is a symbolic gesture. Ooh, Vils. Slaughtered by composite bowmen. Look how straight they shoot. But 88 to 35 Vils. Do you think this is enough Vils for Viper to win, or does he need more? He's got 8 more in the queue. Just can't throw military. Oh, there's another Treb. There's another Treb protected by Palisade Gates. He needs to encourage his Viper's Cav to attack the gates rather than the Treb. Maybe Viper needs a workshop and 1 ram. He'll do masonry, town watch, more upgrades. Dark hoping he eventually can snipe that castle, as that TC will very soon be down. And Dark will then be on 0 TCs. We got the masonry on the way for Viper. And that castle HP goes up by, what, 5,000... Or it goes up to 5,280. Yep, 5,280. And Burgundian Vineyards, too, staying for the eco-tech, as he adds more vills. That doesn't have a big enough vill lead. Well, what's the biggest villager lead I've ever seen in a game? Cavalier and Husbandry. 60, sometimes that happens late game. You have 140 versus 80. But early on, Viper, could this be a 70 to 80 villager lead soon? He keeps booming 2 TCs against 1 now. Tower on the back wood line. Viper could chop those reeds and do another tower over here. But he did lose the castle. Castle finally gets taken down. 2 trebs downhill from it, but they take it out. The Castilla looking for vills to raid. Not gonna find any. Cavalier now 2-man solve for Viper as he's up to Imp, doing his Imp eco upgrades on the way up. And it'll probably be GG once he hits Imp. That's now 100 to 36 vills. Still over a 60 villager lead, and also has the best unit in the game, the Skirmisher. Won't really be able to upgrade them in Imp. Only has attack upgrades, no defense upgrades. QCA will attack the blacksmith. And, oh wait, where's Viper's... Wait, Viper doesn't have a TC he can go Imp at. Alright, that's fair. Viper doesn't have an Imp TC. Yeah, he cancels it. He's not going to reach Imp. Could Viper be 0 TCs now? Yeah, Viper could be 0 TC gaming now. Wait a minute. Can Dark actually do this? No way he can do this, right? That's too many, that's skirms. Viper can make skirms with a 60 vil eco lead. He has Cavaliers. The Cavaliers destroy the Trebs and end the game. Right, the Composite Bowman, that's not enough. They have Bracer. Cavaliers pushing the Trebs. Trebs going down. Okay, yeah. There. The Viper can rebuild his TCs and click Imp, but this is still kind of over. Well, at least he can't click Imp. He doesn't have gold. Just has more TCs. I mean, Dark playing for the center and the gold controlled. Viper just putting his TC back in Dark space. So Viper has the outside, Dark has the inside now. Gonna advance in all directions. That's what Dark's gonna have to do. Viper could maybe steal Dark's farms with another TC. Bowman dying to skirms. Structure now, wall bill in every corner. He can't get to the corners, he only has the middle. Oh, early guilds for Viper. When has that ever mattered? Early guilds, well, he can't really go Imp. This is his safe Imp TC, but he doesn't have the res for it. Lumber camp on a wood line. Alright, Castilla down.
Ayo, terim tagabor.
Ayo, terim tagabor.
Ramangzer, terim tagabor.
Yes, patrastem.
There's Iron Casting for Viper. And Wheelbarrow for Dark. Somehow Dark has more TCs now. And he wants another forward castle, but that'll be not possible. Especially as the ram push is coming in. Castle shooting arrows should sound more like arbalests.
Yes, patrastem.
Yeah, that castle's not gonna happen. And ram push now from Viper. The castle isn't on cracked terrain, but it is still vulnerable nevertheless. Huge push. The skirm's messing with the ram pathfinding. That ram just standing still. Hills left and right sniped off. Rams would love a hill bonus there. No upgrades to the castle HP. Dark trying to do another castle. He's not giving up. He doesn't quite get the walls up. We'll lose a Vil. Maybe 2. We'll lose 2. Hills are down. Castle's down. And Dark... Now Dark has nothing left. No castles means no composite bowman production. Viper skirms can probably deny this. Try to pick Vils as best he can. Yeah, this is denied, right? There's no way. No way that finishes. Now with Viper having skirm reinforcements. He'll get some more foundation graphics, but it won't go up. Oh, well, Vil's YOLO'd from the TC. Maybe it does go up. Okay, well, there's a castle. Yeah, Dark started player T90 complaining about players resigning too early. Well, he certainly didn't resign too early that game. He gave it his best shot. But nevertheless, the Viper will be the Viper and take the win in game 1. So, military 212 to 144 KD for Dark. Better KD. You see the huge increase in Viper's military right at the end. Okay, so what was the Vil difference at the end? 125 to a max Vil of 49. So that's 76 Vils when they were both, if you take their maxes, of a difference. Castle versus Imperial. The Castle won. Alright, Twitch wants me to play an ad, so I'm going to grab my coffee. I'll be right back for game 2. I have a scoreboard to update. There we go. Okay, Quarry won by Viper. As Burgundians over Armenians. Alright, let's hope for some Coast Arena. As it looks like... will be Coast Arena, yes. Yes, yes, yes. The best map, Coast Arena. Hopefully not bugged. And let me get this. Oh my gosh, this Civ for Viper. What is this Civ for Viper? Coast Arena. He will be the Aztecs to the southwest. Dark will be the Italians to the northeast. What? They all 5 relics spawn. That's good. Oh my gosh, I love I love seeing the Aztecs. Aztecs on a closed map. What year is this? Is this 2026? Oh, this isn't 2026. This must be like 2015. Did we time travel 11 years in the past? He will have a dock from Viper. Eagle will head out. Oh, is he going to lure the boars with the eagle? Is he going to be as efficient as possible? Oh, he is. He is. This is freaking 2015. He'll heal the eagle in the TC. I mean, there's not much to scout on the map, right? It's just golden stone inundating the middle. You maybe want the relic locations, but anywhere you walk, you'll find a relic. No big deal. He'll shoot the boar with the villagers, too. Oh my gosh, this is 2015. This is 2015. Alright, so fishing for Dark. For some reason, I almost just called Dark Yo. I called Sobek Samaro a couple times in that first game, and I have no idea why. Maybe just because I was thinking of 2015, but I almost just said Yo when I talked about Dark. Now the question is, would you want to be in 2015? I'd love to go back to 2015. Watching 2010 Rex. We should do that someday, watch some old school Rex. Somewhere I have saved a 6-hour Black Forest game that DauT played on Voodly. That was a 2v2. One day we'll have to cast that. I'll need to find that rec. I know I have it somewhere. Okay, coffee's still a bit warm. I'm sure Viper would really love to get a 3-0 today to make up for that loss he suffered at the hands of Vivi last week. Dark was a big surprise last year. He won the group that included Viper. I think it'll be hard for him to repeat that same level of success. He finished 3rd overall, if I recall, until he finally lost to Leary in the semifinals. In a set that, if I recall, was a very quick 4-0. I think I remember casting that with T90. But Loom for Dark. Why did you make the sea walls a larger radius than land walls? That's how the map was originally when the Mad Catter made it, and I left it that way. The answer is the original way he placed walls was very hacky, and I think this was a combo map design plus hack design situation from him. He has a 40-minute video on his YouTube channel where he worked on the map and explained how he made the circle walls. I came up with another way to do it that allowed me to get the diagonal gates, and I need to make a video about that, but yeah, I think it works. I think it works because it kind of fits the inner circle versus outer circle of the woodline, where the inner circle has a smaller radius than the outer circle. And it kind of makes sense that the seawalls would be larger. And I think it helps balance the fish, too. So I think I think it might, even if it was originally done from a hack perspective, it does make sense from a map design perspective, too. And we have a barracks from Dark with a transport ship. And we're going to have a Drosh. This was his home map. This was his home map. So will he bring a Vil with him? Oh, he's got a 3rd militia on the way. This has to go soon, though. Right? Because he needs to have the right timing for this to work. There's another lumber camp for him. This feels late. Also prevents towering the woodline. Okay. You know, that's a good point, right? You can't just go around the outside and tower the woodline. Yeah, that's... Well, wasn't something I thought of, but you're right about that. 100% right. So Market Blacksmith from Viper who kind of is walled up at the back already. Yeah, think about that. On Arena, usually your second layer of walls goes forward. Here it's in the back. Why are the barriers on the water farther away? The better to see wall you with. I like that. So here's the transport. What will Viper see? What will Viper see? He has 4 fishing ships and is going to Fast Castle. Oh, thank you, Jeep. Thank you for the sub.
Let us give the infidel dogs of the West a sight the likes of which no son of Europe has ever seen.
So it doesn't look like Viper saw that. He's not reacting. You might see it again. Dark don't sell the other seawall. The seawall gives you a line of sight. And Viper quick walling. He is quick walling. There is a Vil for a range. And where will the Vil go? Forward for the range? Yeah, he's just going to do it there. Alright, the fire galley won't stop this. But we'll have a barracks for Viper. And an Eagle Warrior probably should. Arson on the way for the men-at-arms. But Viper can just wait until Castle, then try to snipe with Eagles. Could go to the middle for relics, too. Don't know how important that'll be. Watchtower for Dark, and that Vil will have to do some quick walling, as here come the Eagles, and there goes the Vil. Oh, there goes the Vil. So Dark had a plan. I don't think the plan is gonna work. That Vil has to find a way to Alcatraz quick wall herself, but nope. Viper up to the Castle Age. And we'll try to heal the Eagles a bit, maybe. Get 1 or 2 more. Adds in a monastery, he can think about collecting relics. The scout from Dark, since it's in the back of Viper's base, won't be able to stop monks when they're in the middle. This is not a good late game matchup for Aztecs. I agree with you there. I have won Aztecs against Italians in this matchup, but I don't think it's a particularly good one for them. Anyway, they're relying on pikemen and Atlatl skirmishers if gold runs out. But then again, that's usually not the strength of the Aztecs. Strength of the Aztecs is their early game. Their mid game. Their early game. They're not a paladin civ, to say the least. Well, Dark has a really good score lead. I don't think that the Drush did that much, but it did at least disrupt Viper so he doesn't get an early boom. And I guess in some ways, kind of like a tower rush on Arena. The player is staying feudal longer, has the better eco. You're going to finish a book today. Isn't that like routine for you though, DeBruce? Don't you do that like every day? Yes, Lon's the chat. Did I win against Viper's Aztecs in this matchup? I did not. Every other day if the book is short enough. Alright, so workshop for Viper, and he wants to pressure Dark. Dark's starting to mine stone. He'll be up to the Castle Age soon. Remember, it is cheaper for the Italians. Hopefully he remembers that. Because he can click 50 soon. What is it, 15%? Yep, there he goes, up to the Castle Age. Under 2,000 pages. Is 2,000 pages really that long? What is my Discord ping? Oh, that's just a moderator delete spam note. Alright, I will moderate a Discord. I will delete a spam bot. By bot. Suspicious spam account. Spam. Boom. Fast moderation. Alright, Eagles hopping inside of a ram. Monks heal up the Eagles. And the ram wants to ram the stone wall. Some Vils come over to repair the stone wall, and the ram can get through. There it goes, there it goes. Vils have to run. And the Eagles will reach the mining camp. Vils run back to the TC. Eagles fight the Vils.
Walk. Comandze. Walk. Comandze. Walk.
Wait, that TC. Ram on the Castle Age TC, a bit nerve-wracking, but the TC will go down. I mean, the Castle Age will come in before the TC goes down. And now, Vil fight time? TC Garrison time? Well, if Dark, he has a good score lead. He's up by 15 Vils. He has some to lose. He has a lot of men-at-arms, but the monks will stop them from being too effective. Is this Aztecs at their finest? Viper realizing Aztecs can still do an aggressive Castle Age push if the opponent tries to go water? And that Eagles are still kind of hard to stop in early Castle? Dark, I don't think repairing the TC works. He's trying to upgrade to Long Swordsman, but he's out of wood to repair, and YOLO time to fight with Vils, but that's before the Longsword upgrade is in. And the TC goes down. Alright, now it goes down. At least he's up to the Castle Age. Trying to mine the gold in the back. You do have oysters in the back for 1k or 1.8k gold. Just shy of 2k, so you can get a good eco with that. And where are the longswords? The longswords are ready now. Longsword has finished, and the monk got a conversion on a longsword. But now, what can Viper do? The longswords can destroy the rams. Dark's still 9 Vils on wood, so he'll be able to get another TC soon. Dark also has all the water control, so Viper doesn't have any fish. Maybe Dark invested a bit too much into water. That's always the hard thing about this map, figuring out the right amount to invest into water. You overinvest and you don't have enough on land. Rams destroying the blacksmith. Viper ramming everything. But Eagles also cannot fight longswords. And the Eagles getting wrecked by the longswords. And longswords, they're not all that valuable to convert, can fight the monks. Dark just gonna YOLO the fight. And he can re-wall himself if he wants to. Scorpion pops out of the workshop. Monk trying to be healed. But that's a lot of conversions. A lot of conversions there. Good longsword army now for Viper. He keeps the Scorpion alive. High as technology gameplay. Oh. Bit of lag, bit of lag. And Dark building the TC. Only 3 Vils. I think that finishes, though. And with the longsword, double barracks longsword production against the Aztecs. And he has fish to help sustain this. Maybe he needs more docks at some point. He's doing more docks. And what is that? 3 Vils. 3 Vils that could come forward. Viper already a tower on the wood line. What do those 3 Vils do? Do they drop a range over here? Try to get a second range in the back? Maybe a workshop or a monastery? Italians have good monks too. Problem is they don't have heresy. And don't even have devotion. Dark might need to be devoted. Oh, and Viper, he's ready to drop a castle. He's dropping a castle, and Dark can't stop this. Dark can't stop this. He's on stone, but that means he can't do anything at home. Dark could buy a castle and drop it on Viper's face, but with only 3 Vils, I don't think that matters. Here's the castle. There's the castle, Vils garrison, longswords inside. Vils will go repair the TC. Or no, they'll run out the side.
Salve.
And another mining camp for Dark. Oh, some converted longswords killed. So, okay, TC for Dark. TC, that's what he does. He does a barracks and a TC. I was thinking maybe it'll be an archery range. Nope. He can use the transport ship, kind of like a siege tower, to dodge conversions. Can the monks stop this? Oh, not with a longsword. The Vil needs to jump in the transport so the monk doesn't finish a conversion. Oh, the monk goes down. Viper not microing. Viper not microing. And does this TC go up? Does he have enough monks to stop this? There are conversions happening at the front, and a lot of longswords for Dark, chasing Viper away from that stone. There are conversions everywhere. Oh, there we go. There are the monks. A few conversions happening in the middle. There we go. There was a mining camp from Dark, and Viper grabbed some vills, but because he grabbed the vills... Let's see, this TC, 68%. I don't think this finishes. There are 3 vills and longswords attacking them. Some more conversions on longswords here. Oh, but some quick gates, quick thinking from Dark. He quick gates the monks, and the longswords will be able to kill them. They're trying to heal with the Aztec HP. They all go down. The quick gates save Dark from the monks. Well, this TC, 88.9%. I don't think it finishes, though. I don't think it finishes. Jaguar Warriors now. Jaguar Warriors from Viper. And Jaguar Warriors should counter longswords. Also, Dark does not realistically have a TC right now. His only TC is under Viper's castle. But he will do his own castle. Castle will be on the side of the map. He can do Genoese crossbowmen to counter the Jaguar Warriors. So Viper has a monastery with 1 relic in the middle. That monastery will be destroyed. Viper mining the stone at home. This map is amazing. This map is absolutely amazing. Gill nets for Dark. You know what Dark needs right now? One of 2 things. One is to bring the longswordsmen back and transport them around the side, or he needs a siege tower. Or he just needs to run in through that TC on the left. Whatever he wants to do. He'll clean the workshop in the middle first. He's got 23 longswordsmen. How many longswordsmen does it take to push a TC? Viper had gotten 1,700 relic gold. He has more relics somewhere at home. 3 more relics still. And he's thinking of getting back on the water. Queuing fire galleys. He'll do war galley. Getting a couple of fires to disrupt Dark's fishing eco. Doesn't want Dark to fish forever. And he's now got 60 vills against Dark's 23 vills and 20 fishing ships. But Dark, he's gonna push the castle with longswords. Where are the Jaguar Warriors for Viper? They're out by his docks. Oh, if only he could have done a demo. Converted Vil will build a dock. Do the Jaguar Warriors win this fight? Or are there too many longswords? I think Dark just commits to this? I have no idea who wins this. Viper could do a demo. He's queuing a demo right away. Okay, Viper, he's got his sights set on a big demo. Some fires pushing fishing ships around the outside. He's attacking vills under the castle, but he's got his... Oh my gosh, this is going to be a huge demo. This is going to be a huge demo. Viper. Oh! Gets the demo. And that will be GG. He takes the score lead now. And there we go with the demo. Viper. Tato's not on his team right now, but he's still in his heart. GG. Oh, I think that was the best way to end the game, with a huge demo. Oh, the converted build builds a dock for a demo. And 77 to 60 KD. Dark. I love Coast Arena. The Drush to a huge eco lead to a later Castle Age where he got ram pushed, to stopping the ram push with longswords, to trying to transport for a forward TC while being castle dropped to Jaguar Warriors. Beautiful game. Beautiful map, beautiful game. Oh, that was great. PC and it scared me. Leave the game. There we go. I can click buttons. That's the hardest thing about being a streamer, clicking the buttons correctly. So High Tides will be game number 3. And we'll just check off these civs. Dark losing Coast Arena. Viper then winning Aztecs over Italians. Aztecs for Coast Arena. I was thinking Aztecs might be for High Tides. But I guess using them for Arena, that's where Aztecs are meant to be. they find a team. From what I've heard, they've found a team, but I guess are waiting to finalize stuff before an announcement. Well, I don't exactly know who is that. I just Viper had said that they were in the process back when he had done his I'm gonna say interviews, his videos. They're his videos about the GL situation. All three together? I have no idea, because he said they had found a fourth player to replace Hera before the GL situation got out of hand. Is ChatGPT emailing me? Alright, let me get this set up. This will be High Tides, Davidians versus Georgians. And there we are. So Viper up 2-0 over Dark. Let's see, I got the map and everything. Yep. Back to not seeing Jaguar Warriors for the next 5 years. I think we'll see them again. I think the fact that longswords have been buffed over and over and over again means that Jaguar Warriors will be more useful. We just need Aztecs to make a comeback. We need Aztecs to get their old farming bonus back. Their old +5 carry capacity instead of +3. Then they might be in an okay spot again. Eagles had their cost change reverted. Fourth player Barles? Oh, someone's spamming the heart button on YouTube. I don't know if that does anything, but thank you. I think the like button probably helps the stream get more visibility, but the heart button, I just see a bunch of hearts popping up. Yeah, I don't know what that does. I've seen that on TikTok too. I guess other social media platforms have that thing. Yeah, you have heart emotes. I think I have the heart emote on YouTube too. I don't know if anyone can use that or if it's members only. I still don't know how YouTube works. I don't think anyone else actually knows how YouTube redirects work either. Everyone raids on Twitch, but no one ever redirects. YouTube smells good. Just like Squidward. So, early dock from Viper, he is the Georgians. He starts with a mule cart. He'll lure in the Rhino. And Dark will be Dravidians. He'll try to wall himself up, try to keep his gold safe. Both his golds are to the bottom left of the TC. As the Zebras are pushed in from Dark. He'll have a ton of gold on the island to the north. Ah, yes, it is indeed coffee time. I'm glad that also that the maps haven't broken today. Yesterday, I was watching a couple other people stream, and I saw the maps were breaking. It was very disappointing. I have a bunch of really small, minor things I need to fix. The Zebra on its way in. More houses up for Dark, as he looks to be walled, making a cut, as Phosphor would call it, a cut to the TC. One more push on the Zebra. There it is. Taken by the TC. Now, someone's still spamming that button on YouTube. Don't hurt yourself clicking that much. Did anyone else in the chat who grew up like in the 90s playing Age of Empires, did you ever play Lego Island 2? Is that all that spam pressing was reminding me of the jousting minigame. Where you had to spam press the left and right arrow keys to build up power, and you broke your keyboard. Oh man, that was so difficult. Spam press the buttons. To build up power to joust the Dark Knight. So feudal age from both of them, but the difference is we're skipping the dock for Dark. He is going for the early barracks, and he will want to do men-at-arms. He will dock now that he is up. Viper's scout won't quite see the Vil just yet. And immediately he's queuing 2 Vils to turn to men-at-arms. I never played Metal Gear Solid. Did that have a button masher too? Those actually would be like physically exhausting on an old keyboard. Have to spam X to survive. The jousting minigame was awful. Your mom had to beat it for you. Yep. The best things were the load times on that game. I think that game spent more time in the loading screen than it did in the actual game. The only jousting game you ever played was Defender of the Crown. I've never heard of that. I remember the joust from Ulio, if you ever played that custom scenario. That was a good one. Huge epic cutscene just to tell you to use the hill bonus. So, rush into Men-at-Arms into Arson. Dark putting all the pressure on that he can. He will now be behind that going double dock fire galleys. So he's adding a range too behind it. Clearly has a build prepped for the Dravidians on this map, and he will be destroying the mule cart and taking Viper off of gold. Viper used the mule cart as part of the wall instead of walling around it. Maybe a bit greedy from him, as he goes for an early range to try to defend against the men-at-arms, but only one dock. Looks like he might get pushed off of the water. Maybe that was part of his plan, full wall the map, do archers, but he'll need another mule cart now. Amiga game, 1986. I never played any Amiga games. Yeah, the Men-at-Arms doing a number on that spear. The scout chases an archer. Now on TC, you'll get some arrows on the scout. And 1 HP and the scout dies, thanks to the TC. And fires out on the water, chasing Viper off of the fish. And this is feeling pretty good for Dark. And I think, honestly, for Viper's standings in the group, I think it's important for him to go 3-0 and not 2-1. So this opening now kind of scary for him. No getting pushed off of the gold, getting pushed off of the fish, needing to move with the mule cart now off of gold to take Hunt. Oh, interesting. As he mills the berries, he's going to say, you know what? I'm not going to fight on the water. I don't need a gold unit now. I'll go scout skirm. I just need food. Move the mule cart over to the ostrich. Try to chase the men-at-arms with archers, and try to get an archer advantage. Which 3 archers, 2 skirms against 3 archers. If he cleans the men-at-arms quickly, you'll have the land military advantage. Oh, that's sick with the Georgians transitioning your drop site from gold to food. The Bionicle browser game, yeah, the Bot Nui online game, that had some loading times, that old Flash game. And nowadays, if you try to play it, it loads so fast that you can't play the flying disc throwing minigame. It's too fast. I'll need to play that on stream sometime. Scout fighting a Vil at the berries, some archers at the back of the berries, but this is good pressure now from Viper. No double bit axe for Dark the entire time, so Viper's actually ahead on resources. And fletching for Viper. As the Mills killed by the archers. And fletching's on the way. And all the front of the TC, all the berries, now controlled by Viper. Not a single farm for Dark. He's relying on the fish. Dravidian fishing ships, I think, probably even better than Japanese ones on this map. Not sure exactly how they compare, but the extra carry capacity when the fish are so far from the dock, that is a very good bonus. Viper will leave the berries now, start to wander around to the north, and try to get to the top of Dark Space where there still is an opening. He hasn't walled the entire map. And we'll get around the house. Try to fight the archers.
உங்கள் சித்தம் მსახურო ვითარცა გინდეს என்ன கட்டளை உங்கள் சித்தம் კეთილარ சரி რას აბრძანებ
He's a bigger fan of Japanese, Spirited Law, or T West. I'm a fan of the Byzantines.
მსახურო ვითარცა சரி
I don't know where you're hearing all this Japanese nonsense, but I'm a fan of the Byzantines.
உங்கள் சித்தம் என்ன கட்டளை உங்கள் சித்தம் சரி ரас აბრძანებ என்ன கட்டளை
So skirms, killing the men-at-arms. And Dark with the archers can chase. Samurai Enjoyer? I was before they had the little zoomy gimmick. Now they just seem kind of silly. Market for Dark. And the skirms still don't have armor. And without armor, it'll be a bit tricky to fight them. Or to fight against all those archers. There's enough archers, 12 plus, that maybe Dark could think about fighting. This is awkward though. The longer he delays, the worse his wood eco will be. We see Viper pulling ahead in res and clicking Castle Age now. Dark selling stone. And even with the fish, Dark's eco is not set up to go castle. He's not set up for it. Viper has put pressure on the berries early on, followed by the lack of farms. Means he's not ready to go up. 7 fishing ships, but they take a while to pay off. And Viper will have the faster Castle Age because of that. So abandoning the water has worked for him, and has worked very well. Also have Padded Archer Armor and Bloodlines for Viper. And another house for Dark. So Bloodlines, Padded Archer Armor, Scale Brooding Armor, Castle Age all on the way. Horse Collar for Dark. Oh, Viper! Maybe this is why he picked Georgians for this map. He actually taking Hunt at the south. Yes, players using the map. Oh, I'm so happy to see someone using the map. Usually they never do that. Never use the map. Never go down there. There is Castle Age just about to be finished. And I wonder if Dark calls it when he sees Castle Age. He's pushed off of the final 25 food on those berries. Oh, that's, well, after that Quarry game, we know that maybe he doesn't call it too early. There's Castle Age for Dark.
சரி உங்கள் சித்தம் சரி உங்கள் சித்தம்
Skirm's killing some vills, but there's the GG from Dark. He is a bit too far behind to keep going on at this point. Alright, so we'll check out some stats. That's a 17-6 KD for Viper. pretty much the same eco, but he managed it so much better for clicking up in time. And GG's. So, Davecom, hello. Alright, so that's Viper winning High Tides. And for Civs, that is a win for the Georgians and a loss for the Dravidians. Must be sad for Viper to give a loss to the Dravidians, but that's what he needed, a 3-0 win. And I'll put him in second because he loses the tiebreaker to Vivi right now. But the rest of the group will be playing today. Sato Mihai will be later. FreakinAndy Lewis will also be happening. I think that's the next set. Looks like they are drafting right now. Well, you want to keep going and cast that too? I guess we might as well. Why not? So let me update my scoreboard. And this is Group C. And we'll update our titles too. A repeat of the Sudden Disaster Finals. Group D. No, FreakinAndy Lewis is Group C. Yeah, next game. Yeah, Viper indeed. Viper and Dark indeed was Group D. Alright, so I'll just get the ads out of the way as they're drafting. And swapping my titles over. And where am I getting pinged? Broadcaster announcements. Started their draft. Yes, thank you. YouTube titles. Oh my gosh, I looked for the edit button, and end stream starts with an E, and I almost clicked it. Almost. Drafts. I think in the future I might try to do my own custom draft overlay. When the draft finishes, it gives you a JSON file. And I'll have like maps set up. And then we can have more pretty map photos. Maybe I can handle the unit animations myself so that we don't have to have the samurai being so crazy with his animation. So this will be Group C, and we can maybe take a look at those standings really quickly. I don't think this Wikipedia page is updated for Viper set. No. While they're drafting, we'll take a look at the standings. We will have Lewis. He lost his first set, but it was only 1-2, and it was a 1-2 loss to ACCM, who at the top of the group so far, ACCM I think is the favorite to win, so Lewis taking a game off of him is really nice. This will be Running's group, where Running I think is going to have a tough go of it. Nikov lost 3-0 to ACCM, ACCM beasting, and it's a good thing that Nikov did complete the sweep against Running. I feel like ACCM is number 1, but the other... I feel like in this group, ACCM is 1, Running is 6th, and the other players could finish in any order, 2 through 5. So I think the middle of this group is going to be very, very competitive. Lewis Andy should be a big set. Andy did lose 2-1 to Sebastian. Part of me wants to say Sebastian should be second. But I think that's still very, very close. Sebastian and ACCM still both 5-0. And that'll be Oh, ACCM also has running the last week, so if ACCM needs to beast out a 3-0, that's at the end. That's the right opponent. You do have to play anyone. I don't know how much the schedule matters. But it does help to be ahead of in the standings, I think, mentally. Gives yourself a good encouragement. Ooh, it's going to be map scripting contest for the USA Cup. Well, the next set start, they need to finish their drafting. They did the Civ draft. I mean, they did the map draft, and now they need to do the Civ draft. It'll be Lewis and FreakinAndy. And you can see on the maps, game 1 will be Monocle. Their home maps are Quarry for Andy and Slopes for Lewis. Don't know if I'll cast the last set today, but I will at least cast this one. Pinged in every single Discord I'm in. The spam bots are out in force today. Alright, second coffee consumed. Consumed successfully. That headset dent, probably. Huge headset dent in my hair. Oh yeah, that happens. I really do need a haircut. It's just been so cold I haven't been heading outside. Especially with my car being smashed and dented. Is it weird to say Vivi is the favorite to win Group D? I think that he got off to a good start. And it is probably the weakest overall group. But I don't think he's the favorite. I think he beat the favorite in Viper, but I still don't think he's the favorite. I think it's still pretty locked. Viper should be number 1 and Sato number 2. The rest of it's pretty open. I feel that Mihai should be 3rd, but Dr. Agenstar could make a run for it. Mihai Agenstar. Mihai Dragonstar round 4. Will be really interesting. Yeah, Mihai did win 3-0 over Dark, so he's put himself in a great position so far. So yeah, so far Dark hasn't won a game. That's a big drop-off from last season for him. Oh, Dave's here. Hello, Zebra Zebra. Yeah, the car has a dent, not from a headset, but from another car. Yeah, Viper and Dark already finished. Our Lewis Andy Sudden Disaster Finals rematch will be next. How are we doing today? Well, Scandal doing pretty well. Glad we got to cast DauT earlier. Always a good day when you start off with DauT. Oh yeah, you can really see the dent in the headset. That's a good one. Hello, Flying Gunman. O W. So that's the good old young kid meme, the W. I always gotta appreciate a good W in the chat. T90 has a W. Does T90 have a W emote? Someone has a W emote. I see spammed around sometimes. I don't doubt that. DauT. You can never get enough DauT. His bypass game was a great melee example. how to play them in Trush on bypass. I really gotta enjoy DauT. Now, DauT's group, I think, the most interesting for Gold League. Sorokuma, DauT, and Kapach. Yes, I'll probably cancel this set and then raid someone. I'll raid, I guess, either T90 or Hera, so I can do a double raid. I can do the Twitch plus YouTube raid. We did that to Mem once. Actually, I don't know. Do they have their... That's a thing. They have to turn their YouTube settings on so they can be rated as the redirect. Oh, no, they don't have redirects turned on. Oh, wait, no, that's for my subscribe channels. Wait, T90 official. I don't think he does. He doesn't have redirects turned on. Let me message someone. What about Hera? Does Hera have redirects turned on? He didn't have them turned on earlier. Oh, wait, I don't think he does. In YouTube, you have to enable raids. Oh, is Harry even streaming on YouTube? Is he still going? He might not be. Maybe his YouTube crashed again. Drafting done, just about, and one more civ for both players. Britons for Andy. Should be a great civ for Quarry. Turks, Britons, Mongols, Portuguese, Jurchens all strike me as good Quarry civs. Mongols may be a bit slow, but once they get going, should have a good late game. Persians, maybe for Monocle or Lewis. Persian longswords we could see legit. Romans, though, are the Monocle say. Where are Persians, though? Slopes, I guess. Vietnamese, Shu, and Wu. I don't know what Lewis's plan is for Quarry. Maybe Vietnamese. I mean, Vietnamese should be good against Mongols and Britons late game. Not as sure about Turks, though. Maybe still good against Turks with Rat and Archers. Turks have incredible cannon late game. And still maybe not sure if the Vietnamese can deal with that, but we saw how Bohemians dealt with that. Having a massively negative KD, and yet still holding on to the middle until the Turks run out of gold. I gotta search for Hera's stream differently. Oh no, Hera doesn't have redirects added either. The people gotta change their YouTube settings. Whoever was spamming that heart button earlier knows how YouTube works. Anyway, the lobby is there. Andy queuing into Monocle. And what civs do we expect to see from Monocle? Romans. I'm not sure what to expect from Andy. Mongols for a fast up could be a possibility, but they won't really benefit from the shorefish like the Romans would. You're not taking the berries, so Portuguese feel a bit strange. FC Castle War Elephants for Lewis. Is Monocle a douching map? Is Quarry a douching map? Is Quarry a douching map? If Lewis doesn't want to play a long closed map. Chat, is Quarry... Are any of these... Is Monocle a douching map? Could this be a possibility? Let's see. Lobby. Only Andy's in the lobby. Need to find Lewis. This is where I'm saying. I still think... we need a good old like pitch clock like baseball has between the drafts and the start of the game. Really get things rolling so we're not waiting around so long. And I just see Andy in the lobby, unless I've missed something and it's just the dashboard needing to update. I wonder if I can find the lobby if I search in-game. It's always a question. If I search by UGC, usually it would show up, but it doesn't. It's weird. Rage Forest shows up on the spectate list. The Max is playing a team game on a custom map. That's the real the Max. We're 27 on the team game ladder. I love that AoE 1 remastered soundtrack. I don't know. I mean, Lewis won sudden disaster by pulling all his vills, right? There's got to be some type of crazy Persian strat he's thinking of. Andy's still in the lobby. This is where I got to check another stream to make sure I'm not missing anything. No, I'm not. Is Ornlu still around? He wanted to play games earlier. Doesn't look like he is. I see Dragonstar's grinding to be top 10. See do we have a TTL announcement? What's going on with Lewis? Still just see Andy in the lobby. I just needed a minute. I will continue to advocate for the pitch clock. What was the final score between King Sneck and Dark? The final score was 3-0 in favor of the Viper. Viper's Jaguar Warrior demo ship combo was epic and won the game. Lewis needed a few minutes. Game will start ASAP. I think we're dominating just like 2015. So the Jaguar Warriors in demo. That's the best part. Went to lunch and missed game 3. What did you have for lunch? Now that you're all lunched up, you can be in time for Andy Lewis. What was your lunch? Persian FC into elephants? If Lewis does that, that might be even better than a douche. It had some chicken noodle soup. That sounds good. I always appreciate some good chicken noodle. I see Grubby's still grinding away at AoE 2. I need to play another set of ads by the time this starts. This has been a while. Okay, Lewis finally in the lobby. Finally in the lobby. Hasn't picked a color, so he'll probably get blue. Elo's right now both around 2k6. Lewis 2614, Andy 2698. 2 more points to be 2k7, but he's still 2k6 for now. He needs to up his game by 2 points. They're still sitting in the lobby. Need to spam 14 somewhere. Oh, Viper is still in his voice chat. Voice 12. I guess Discord doesn't auto-drop you from channels, so maybe that's a setting you can configure. Alright, they're launching. Right, clearing ad. Let's go, DaveCom. I wonder if Happy Leaves is around. I wonder if that's something we could integrate. If we can detect like launch time of the lobby and integrate that with, or like player ready status. I don't know what can be detected, and integrate that with the drafts. So like draft finished to lobby launch. Alright, so we're finally in. We are in. We're launching. It'll be Monocle, and it will indeed be Mongols for Andy. It will indeed be Mongols. So let's put that here. Mongols and Romans. So Romans always picked on the map for the shorefish bonus. Mongols, I'm not as sure. I don't know what Andy has in mind for them. Maybe take the boars or do a very early drush. Boars for Mongols are faster than shorefish. As a gather rate. Here we go. And I need to swap their sides. And we are in. All right, I think I have everything set up properly. Right, so this will be Lewis to the west as the blue Romans and Andy to the east as the orange Mongols. Hunting the boar under the TC. And Andy immediately sending a Vil forward. What is he doing with that Vil? He's spotted. There's no loom on that Vil. What is Andy doing? Wanted to lame, potentially? The boars are so close to the TC on this map, it's really hard to lame. Really taking a gamble if you're doing that. And, well, players will exchange. Hits on a scout. Like the orange color. Yeah, orange is a color always picked by Andy. Oh, and he's going for it. Lewis sent the Vil out to try to fight. And that was a mistake from him. He'll lose that Vil right away. Dang, scouts fighting. And, alright, so Vil kill for Andy. Worth it to send the Vil forward for him. What was Lewis thinking? Lewis didn't finish his second house. Wait, Lewis took a boar right away. He'll send a Vil out to finish the house. Alright, our two Onamaru teammates fighting with their Vils immediately. And Mongol Hunt. A crazy bonus for these javelinas. They'll shoot with the Vils and the TC. I like that. I like that. The kind of the combos. Shoot with Vils, shoot with TC, shoot with Vils again. Long distance chopping some wood after building the house. Andy on fire. Maybe why he picked orange. And I have been saying, I did adjust the rocks on this map. Let's see if there's a spot. So that 4x4 spots, like right here, are blocked by rocks, so you can't place buildings. I did have a player message me saying, hey, the rocks are annoying because we can't place buildings, and I'm like, that's the point. That's the point of the rocks, so we can't have TCs up there. And they were like, you know what? Yeah, that's true. TCs would be unfair on the fish. So there should be some 3v3 or 3x3 building spots spread around, but no 4x4 spots. If more wood was added to the map? No. If anything, less wood was added to the map from previous versions because you can get through the inside more easily. I don't know if I touched the outside wood. Maybe a bit more from whenever this was used previously, but ever since the initial draft months ago, I haven't touched the wood. Wood has been the same as the initial version I uploaded. I've adjusted the shorefish quite a bit, but that's it. Said Andy's wood line is looking juicy. Andy, I think, had the fortune of 3 clumps of wood spawning together. It's also kind of far from the TC, though. I don't control the exact positioning of every single wood line. The game does that. And here just so happened to, I think, spawn 3 wood lines together. And this wood line got kind of stretched out a bit because it has to avoid the TC and the rock on the outside. So it got a big 1-tile line there. Yeah, if in the long run, if the Mongols get to Mangudai, well, what can the Romans do? But that's true for many civs. Not many civs can fight Mangudai that well. Lewis will pick the Romans for the faster working vills on the shorefish. I think that the Roman shorefish vills will be faster than the Mongol hunt vills at hunting. But Mongol hunt usually is faster than taking shorefish. And he left a boar out. Don't know if he's trying to save that for later. I don't know if he knows that the hunt's actually faster. But so far, so good for Andy with the early lame. And Andy is still in the Dark Age. Is there a chance that Lewis would see the boar and think to lame? There's loom for Andy. Is there a chance he sees an unloomed vill and thinks to fight with an uphill scout? Not after having lost HP already. What's Andy gonna do? Is he gonna lure the boar now? House, wall the lumber camp? Another vill forward. Yeah, Andy just fully walling himself. Part of me is wondering. I guess it's not going to be possible since he's not mining gold. Part of me was wondering Andy might FC Steppies. If he might do that. Yeah, now he has so few vills taking the boar. Sending some vills back from the shorefish to take it. Going in and out of the TC so he doesn't lose HP. Not going to get a shot on the scout. Anyway, shorefish and a barracks as 3 militia will be turning into men-at-arms for Lewis. Surely, remember, the Romans do not get arson. So it's men-at-arms, and then you're asking, what's the prioritization? Archery range for a range unit swap, or blacksmith for the armor. And it will indeed be the range first for Lewis. So not going to be double barracks men-at-arms, and Andy will be right there to scout the range. There's the man-at-arms upgrade. And off of the shorefish, Andy's vills will run back to the TC. And there's Andy up to feudal. With a stable. As a couple of militia into men-at-arms batter their way through that house. So Andy should be able to repair. So stable for Andy. And this looks like it's so close to an FC Step Lancer build. Would he have the gold, though, especially if he has to repair the house? He's completely abandoned the shorefish, so that explains why he saved the boar. If he's trying to FC, he saves the boar, takes the shorefish in the Dark Age, and then goes to the boar later on. He's gonna grab some berries, but the build doesn't seem like it worked if he's still missing food. And he's just YOLOing all the vills to the berries. He might have to idle the TC now, as he has the gold, but he doesn't have the market. If this had been stable market, he could have sold stone and bought his way up. When DauT did this build on Mudflow, it was market blacksmith. And Andy's close, and he's idling the TC now. He wants to go up. He's doing a tower to defend the wood line. Maybe not getting as much fish as he wanted. As great as that early lame was, now he's really forcing himself to get Step Lancers out when he won't have farms. Surprised they don't give Romans arson? Do any other civs lack arson? Maybe the Goths, because they get a bonus against buildings. And Andy can YOLO all the vills onto gold, but can you actually afford Step Lancers without food? He's taking another deer. Ooh, that's a minute of idle time. This build feels kind of disjointed. And there's the market from him. Yeah, if he had gone market blacksmith, he could have sold the stone and gone up. Maybe he really wanted the tower, though. He's going to go for another mill. And he's maybe happy, though, to see Lewis attacking the houses at the front of his base, because it lets him get a mill in the back. Lewis will send the scout around. And good job from him to remain aware of what Andy is doing as far as fishing is concerned. Having the scouting of that will be important, and the scout probably not going to help too much in breaking through the houses. It'll help a little. But I think Lewis making the right call. Far more important to recognize where Andy is and have maybe an opportunity to send the archers around. But that opportunity won't last long, as once the Step Lancers are out, they will beat any feudal unit. And FC's Step Lancers is legit really hard to stop if you are stuck in the feudal age. Lewis continuing to wall himself. And perhaps extra hard on this map because you don't have stone by your TC, and you can't go for towers or stone walls after over a long period of time, because you need to mine stone or then use the market to buy more. And Andy, what is that? After walling the mill, we'll run Vills back to the TC. And he's going to need a few Step Lancers, enough to kill the archers. And there are the men-at-arms attacking a Vill. One will go down. Will the second go down? Tried to dodge, but not quite in time. One Step Lancer, not enough. He probably needs 3. But he will start by sending the Lancer forward. That'll at least give him some scouting information, and he can pull it back whenever he wants to engage. And maybe his goal will simply be to get to the water, at the very least force a tower. If you micro and pull back, you should be able to kill a spear. But now he's losing access to the berries, and he's losing all food income. Losing all food income.
Salve. Tibi Servio.
So Spear will chase a Step Lancer. Goths and one of the new civs will lack arson. Okay. So it's a very infrequently lacked tech. Kind of like Squires, I guess. It's only, what, Celts and Portuguese who lack it.
Impera. Salve. Tibi Servio.
Ooh. Steppies pick off the men-at-arms, and now the Step Lancers will lance. And someone was asking why Step Lancers instead of Knights, and this is why. You get 2 or 3 Step Lancers, 3 or 4 Step Lancers, and you kill everything, because you can pathfind. You can actually pathfind with one range. You kill everything. So great fight, and we'll have another house going up for Lewis. And as Castle Age comes in for him, being researched at the TC, the Lancers will get around, maybe try to hit the wood line, and they can get to the tower. They don't have armor, but they do have bloodlines. Bloodlines and extra HP as the Mongols, so 92 HP. A knight without bloodlines has 100, with bloodlines 120, for comparison. And he has 1 Step Lancer on the outside, just looking for something to hit. He won't have enough Step Lancers to push the tower. He'll try to run around and get to the back, maybe. There is scale barding armor for Lewis, or for Andy. So he's doing armor for the Steppies. That'll help out against the tower. Bill's there, still not fully walled, but if he kills the spearmen, he can camp the base of the tower and think about destroying it. So Lewis may be recognizing that, is going for full walls. He still has a gap, and he doesn't wall the gap. And that'll be Step Lancers killing a Vill. The tower is garrisoned fully already. He deletes a wall, but that'll just let the Step Lancers run better. Ooh, if he didn't delete that, then the Step Lancers would have been trapped. Nice quick wall there. But Andy gets away, has armor now. And Lewis also has to worry about over-chopping now, making sure he doesn't let the Step Lancers into his main eco. So far, so good for his walls, though. Holding this off. And 1 scout for him, still finding Andy out on the fish. And Step Lancers will attack the palisade wall as the Vill goes to build a house. Another TC for Andy will go in towards the back of the map with a few deer. And looks like he's finally getting a good hit with the Lancers, killing the Spears. And a Vil will be walled out. Walled out from Lewis. So he's up by 4 Vils. Andy's had a lot of idle time. But 4 Vil lead and 1.5k res collect lead for Lewis. And he's starting to make some Roman Cav Archers. We saw Malay Cav Archers earlier. Now we see Roman Cav Archers. They will not scale well. They do not have Bracer. But in the Castle Age, you need something to fight Step Lancers. Cav Archers under a TC. Let's go. What upgrades do they have? No Thumb Ring, no Parthian, no Bracer. At the stable, at least they have Bloodlines and Husbandry available. That'll not be a long-term unit. That'll be a Let's Clear the Step Lancers unit. And also with crossbows trying to raid at the front. Line in the Demon map where the dev put rocks on the island to prevent wonder placement. Ah, yeah, those scenario editor developers trying to block my pacifist strats. Making me use the old monks give you gold when killed strat so that I had enough gold on the map. Map should be Alker. I could do that one day. Lots of islands with rocks on them.
Salve.
Hills run from the gold, get to the TC. There's another Steppy in the stable. Scorpion defense from Andy. And the Step Lancers running into Cav Archers. We'll have a forward workshop from Lewis. Alright, forward workshop, maybe for some Mangonel pressure. Romans also cheap Scorpions. Scorpions may be a bit more of a dual threat against buildings and Step Lancers, but Mangonel's more... I mean, against villagers and Step Lancers. Mangonel's more against buildings and villagers. Andy did manage to sneak a second TC in the back. Lewis has not seen that. And he doesn't clean the crossbows yet. Maybe he needs to delete the palisades so the Scorpion can path. Still wants to clear the crossbows, getting a few nice bolts on them. Scorpion down. Let's Cav Archers hit the houses. Here's another house from Lewis. And the Ram ready to push the market.
Salve. Impera.
Look at that Scorpion doing donuts. Spinning around. And exactly that. Mangonel defense needed from Andy to keep the markets alive. I was not expecting the Ram from Lewis. I was expecting a Mangonel first, but the Ram working out. Loses the Mangonel. And now Andy trying to repair the market. Lewis will repair the Ram. Cav Archers want to destroy the Mangonel. Ooh, they get close. They get close. And Lewis will do his second TC. As Andy with that second TC in the back has gotten a Vil lead, but that'll be an idle villager lead for the most part, as now Lewis can surround that TC with Cav Archers. And Andy will try to defend with a Scorpion still. That market still does need some repairing. Honestly feel like Mongols should lose heavy Scorps. Speedy Scorps are just lame CA. I like that Mongols have good siege. They still lack Bombard Cannon. It's not like they usually go Scorpion either. So Mangonel destroys the Ram. And we'll slow down the push again. Lewis didn't quite dodge at the end. He's doing Bloodlines for the Cav Archers, and we have a pause. We have a pause. Pause by Andy. He says, sorry, go. Need a quick pause from him.
Yes.
Lewis says yes, and off they are, off to the races. Now attacking the market. Oh, slow motion. Slow motion Mangonel shot. And what will Andy do with those vills? What will he do with the vills? Will he try to repair this? Will he wall? Will he just run? Can the mangonel hit the vills? He has to turn around. And, ooh, mangonel shot right between them. But that does tank a mangonel shot. Maybe he was just debating the mangonel shot so he could time the ungarrison. Crazy for him not to have lost anything there. I'll try to keep the cav archers away as he does another lumber camp. And he wants another TC, but the crossbows are there. Okay, this could be horrible if the crossbows kill Vil. Vil's no ballistics for Lewis. Lewis not quite paying attention. Ooh, he's microing at the front, and the Vils get away. Andy will get the TC up. And at the same time, Andy trying to raid again with Step Lancers. Lewis needs to be fully walled. And Lewis will pull back the cav archers to try to deal with the Step Lancers. Still doesn't have ballistics. He'll add in horse collar. The Lancer goes down. Mangonel hits the market. Scorpion hits the crossbows. Crossbows all go down. Market will collapse, and cav archers and mangonel can move forward. Though repairs the mangonel, but does go down. And that'll be a nice box formation of cav archers as the mangonel gets a shot. And they'll, ooh, just about trade blows there. Mangonel comes from the rear, shoots that down. Vils go down to cav archers. And that was a good raid from Lewis, killing a few Vils, taking a Vil lead now. So he's on a 3TC boom. Nice walling too, but not enough HP? Oh, enough HP. And now wants to destroy the mangonel. Runs into a mangonel shot though, but gets it down. Why didn't buy 100 stone for a tower on the shorefish? By who? Andy or Lewis? Because Andy's eco was horrible the whole game because of the FC play. Maybe he could have squeezed it in somehow, but if you see all the idle TC time, he's now accrued. It was just all in FC Step Lancers. And now I feel that Lewis with his 4th TC simply can enjoy a Roman economy. He's applied enough pressure that he can boom, and I think he takes a good Vil lead as he's now up by 3k res collected, and that should start to kick in right now. Well, I think we'll start to feel that. Indian early castle. It might have been an option in early castle. The same way Lewis did. The tower on Lewis's shorefish really did save him. Just in slowing down the Step Lancer raids.
Prontos.
Here's the outpost. Scorpion will hit the cav archers, and it will go down. There, and padded archer armor for Lewis. The Scorpion picked off by cav archers. Cav archers should be able to deal with that. They'll try to stay in the mid-range. Maybe he gets one more bolt. Nope. Oh, another group of cav archers from Lewis. Lewis everywhere at the cav archers this game. Microing. Didn't notice that TC. Probably could have ended the game earlier had he seen it earlier. But now he'll get ballistics. He did so much damage without even having ballistics. Vil's dying. Oh! Oh, did you see that? Did you see that? The Vil garrison just as it was dying. And I guess they must have fixed that old bug where garrisoned units could be healed as they were dying. And the Vil died in the middle of the castle. I think only Capture Age shows it that way. That was sick. Yeah, I have an old video about that, but there used to be a bug that you could garrison units while they were going through their death animation. And when that happened, they would have less than 1 HP, so they'd be dead, but they would heal since they were in the building, and eventually they'd come back to life, and you could ungarrison them as a normal unit. Why doesn't he try matching CA numbers? He's too far behind for that. And he calls the GG. So the initial siege defense against the Cav Archers was an attempt to make a much lower investment defense, and require Lewis to go for the higher investment into the Cav Archers, as he's trying to defend just with a few Scorpions. And it's a rough position for Andy to be in after his initial attack failed, because Lewis will have more eco added in if he doesn't do enough damage. Which, yeah, he did some damage, forcing some quick walls, killing a few Vils. But it wasn't really enough to delay Lewis from being able to boom or counterattack. And as Lewis was counterattacking, Andy was thinking, oh, I'll add a second TC. But that TC was idled right away. And at that point, since he had already committed to a couple of Scorpions for Cav Archers, there was not much he could do. Roman CA better than Mongol Step plus Scorp. This is a weird timeline. Well, it's not really the unit composition. It's more the eco setup behind the compositions. FC Step Lancer is to have the eco for the Step Lancers too. That they're a very low eco unit in early castle, but they won't scale as the game continues. So let's update a score. It's a win for Lewis. And for military, 63 to 52 KD for Lewis. Eco, better for Lewis as well. Technology, look at the difference in that uptiming. But then the eco graph. So it goes from Andy up by 300 res to Lewis up by 1.4k res, 1.5k res almost in the 6-minute difference between hitting castle. And if you're asking why Andy couldn't match Cav Archer numbers, it's because you can't really match numbers if you don't have the eco to match numbers. And he never did. And the siege was an attempt to defend the greater Cav Archer numbers on a lower eco. But it didn't work out for him there. But it was a tough position anyway, just due to the opening. So Monocle won by Lewis. Loss for the Mongols, win for the Romans. Everyone goes CA. Didn't they buff them a while ago? They made them cheaper. Maybe they just need to revert the cost decrease. Maybe that's the play. We need to go back to AOC stats as much as possible. Game 2 will be on Quarry. While I'm thinking about this, let me edit my quick actions menu. Don't want to accidentally click the 3-minute ad. Yeah, that's better. Platinum players are built different. No one would expect Roman Cav Archers in silver. Oh, now you've seen it, Stark. Now you know. Final week is silver. Playoffs. Well, I guess you won't be in the playoffs. They'll go straight to gold. Final week, you can go Roman Cav Archers. You can experiment with whatever you want. And here we go. Okay, this is a Civ matchup for Quarry. Woo Turks. Up the map. Fix the map. Woo versus Turks. Now that is a matchup. So, welcome into Quarry, one of the more closed maps we have. Andy deciding to play it just like he did last game, sending a Vil forward immediately. But if Lewis scouts that Vil, she doesn't have the nearby scout as an escort. She gets in, though, just past Lewis. Now, these two players are teammates, so they probably know what's going on. And Lewis, he sees the Vil, but he doesn't want to take the fight because he doesn't know where the scout is. He'll lure in his boar early. And if they're practicing and Andy's going for a ton of early lames, Lewis is probably aware of that. So loom on the way for Lewis, and he's ready to Vil fight. Doesn't want to lose his sheep. Perks, Woo. What do the Woo do in this matchup? Are the Woo just for an aggressive Drush? Intriguing. Fire archers? Are they useful against the Turks? Do they... What's their final range when they get fully upgraded? Do they outrange Turk artillery bombard towers? And Andy laming, he's taking the sheep. I mean, if Lewis sees this, should his goal be counter lame? Andy's gonna lame the deer. I don't know how much that actually does. Maybe he'll just take the deer and walk back to the TC with the Vil. Everyone would laugh at Roman Cav archers in silver. Oh, they won't laugh if it works. And yeah, he's laming. There are enough deer, not just by your opponent, but in the middle. I don't know if this is worth the Vil time. Your opponent might just have to go push a deer from a few tiles away. But he wants to do everything he can to deny Lewis of food. He's now taken the sheep. He's got 8 sheep remaining himself as he's taking a boar. Has a dead sheep under the TC. Didn't manage to find a Vil, but Andy, remember, Andy's a Rage Forest player. He knows how to quick wall the Vils, even on cracked terrain. Here's the loom for Andy. Can he save the Vil? Can he save the Vil? Lewis doing a good job of getting in front of the Vil, and he will kill the Vil, but perhaps at the expense of the scout, as there are only 2 hit points remaining, and he needs to run in a very straight line back to that TC. I think he does. Andy realizing exactly where the TC is. Do the swordsmen give Turks problems? Do Janissaries deal with them? Maybe if you're forcing the Turks into Janissaries, then you can boom behind it and try to outboom them. If the Turks have to do a castle right away. Jin Swordsman should give problems to the Turk Cav archers. Oh, Andy really wants to hit that scout. Lewis just turning. Is this a straight enough line for him to run? It is. And he'll just get away from Andy as the Vil gets a couple more hits. So Andy's sending another Vil forward. He's not done laming yet. He's not done laming. He's saying, I've played enough Rage Forest. I want to keep laming. I know that scout can't get involved in the fight. We both have loom. I should win this. Lewis has to send another Vil. Oh, Sunnyflower, thank you very much for the sub.
Barbarossa, I do hate to strike you when you're down, but the Lombard League has agreed that I would make a better emperor. So sorry.
Oh, thank you very much for the sub. Hemi the Lion approves. And houses will now continue with a wall for Lewis. So, see, it feels like we've gotten past the laming stage. Maybe we'll have another Vil fight. Both these Vils have loom. Who's going to fight first? Will Andy fight? He will fight. Now Lewis lost the scout, so Andy's scout still has more HP. He can push into the deer freely. And he'll even scout with a sheep. He'll kill a deer. He'll scout with the sheep as the wall comes up. So what do we think? Over under on how long this game will last? Will this be a 1 TC boom push from Lewis as the Woo, or will he try to fight late game as Turks? Will it maybe be a Castle Age push with John Swordsman?
Hazır. Efendim.
What else would Woo have late game? Very infantry focused, so that's bad against the Turks. Traction Trebs feel like they should lose to artillery cannon. Maybe the question is the fire archers and how effective would they be? Gate and barracks for Andy. So send Vils out to the lumber camp. You see there, helping to take the deer. And a couple of militia queued for Lewis. A couple of militia.
准备就绪，何种命令？什么？
And Feudal Age also for Andy. Such a twist when we found out that the narrator of Barbarossa was Hemi the Lion. I did the same twist over and over. Changing who the narrator was. Jadwiga had a good twist at the end. changing the narrator. That was a good twist.
何种命令？
Oh man, what are those vills doing? Needing to calculate the convex hull path around that house.
何种命令？
So, militia into men-at-arms, tower for Lewis, and Lewis deciding to play this very aggressively. Andy's still in the Dark Age, and if Lewis could afford arson after men-at-arms, then maybe could break through very quickly. One more palisade for Andy. And he'll have to keep walling behind the men-at-arms, who now will have a hill bonus when attacking this palisade. Well, that'll go down. That'll go down quickly. Is this enough walling for Andy? Lewis's tower will still hit the vills behind the walling. And he has to get as many tiles up as he can. At least now he's feudal, so his palisades have a bit more HP, and he can do his own tower. Will this be an FC behind it? No, doesn't have nearly enough res for that, but he will throw down a range and look to get archers. And as the Turks, if you end up needing skirms, that's awkward because you don't want to have to go skirm to Castle Age when you don't have elite skirm. And Lewis turning into archer pressure now. If the Turks have an extended feudal age, do they ever think about mining stone and doing a castle? Andy, so far so good for the defense. Men-at-arms not breaking in. And defensive tower closing up the gap behind Lewis's forward tower. Lewis, as he adds more archers, will add arson. I wonder if this is a situation he'd think about adding more men-at-arms. Maybe go up to 5 or 6 to break through houses. He has a blacksmith for Andy as he got a tiny bit of stone walling done. He'll start to make his own archers. Spending with archers, adding in farms, does have horse collar for the farms. And no hole. Lewis may be hoping there is a hole. The men-at-arms kind of stacked on the hill a bit, attacking the house, trying to get hill bonus. There are 4 men-at-arms there somehow. Andy doing fletching, and with fletching should be able to keep this out. So far so good for the walling. So far so good for the walling. I wonder if Andy's going to play maps like this the entire time, very aggressive laming, or if maybe this is just something he picked up on to do against Lewis. Archers force the men-at-arms back. And we'll have a tower forward from Lewis.
准备就绪。什么？准备就绪命令。什么？
Men-at-arms force their way through the house.
什么？何种命令？什么？何种命令？
Evet. Hazır ol.
And padded archer armor for Andy.
准备就绪。准备就绪。
Now 3 vills coming forward. And we'll have another watchtower up forward for them. Padded archer armor on the way. And armor from Andy.
Evet.
何种命令？准备就绪。
Couple of houses for Andy, and we'll have a market. As a secondary layer of wall, he'll keep his gold safe. And Lewis mining stone. Keeping Andy off of stone is super important against the Turks. He doesn't want to let Andy get more towers, doesn't want to let him get that potential castle for Janissaries if he gets up to the castle age. Destroying the blacksmith? Andy doesn't have any more upgrades he'll need, but still will be kind of annoying. These villas could even think of a mining camp if they want to take stone. The Wu Eco bonus, they get 55 food for every barracks and dock they create. Or military production buildings. So dock, barracks, stable, archery range. Don't know if the workshop or the monasteries count.
hazır ol. Evet. Emret.
Yes, Lewis destroyed the blacksmith. Leaving the men-at-arms there. Almost destroyed it. Part of me feels like you also want forging if you really want to destroy buildings. Now this tower... not down yet. Lewis will send a Vill to repair it. Pretty valuable, honestly, keeping Andy off the berries if you get that tower up. As Andy's adding in a gate, Vill's also pretty adept at destroying buildings. As the archers hit the Vills. And there is the stable from Andy. Lewis forgot DHA, you mean double bit axe.
Evet.
Wheelbarrow for Andy. And looking at the res, Andy, well, I would say he's maybe thinking of castle, but not with the stable. That's going to be some scouts from him. He has the market, and he's had the blacksmith, so he doesn't need another building. Don't think he's able to buy his way up yet. I think it's going to be stables to deal with the skirms. Like I said, he doesn't want to go into skirms himself as the Turks. And this will be Lewis forcing the fight. He doesn't see the stable, though. He doesn't see the stable. Andy really wants to save his archers. And he also doesn't want to micro the archers to a spot where Lewis would scout the stable. And the longer he doesn't scout the stable, the better. And he'll run back to the TC. That's the only place he can realistically save them. And there's the scout. There's the scout. And with Vills and a scout, Andy will chase, and he'll try to do a quick gate. Lewis can't get in through the gate. He's still doing what he can to wall. Skirms will pick off more archers. Andy losing a lot of archers here. Weak Vills. Weak Vills going down to Skirms. Skirms still pressuring the archers. Archer has to run. And now if you're Lewis, you're happy that your eco is set up. It is so beautifully set up with farms, with horse collar, no double bit axe. But Andy desperately selling wood for food. And res collected, still pretty close. Andy's gotten 17 farms with horse collar. Lewis buying food. And he will keep pushing through, doing another tower. Andy's still falling back, and he has more stone. He has scouted where it is. He does know where the other resources are. And he does manage to click up to the castle age. He does manage it. And what can the Turks do then? Probably knights. Probably knights. Yeah, much pressure. Another archery range and a lumber camp for Andy. So much damage by a few skirms, and Lewis up himself, so about a minute slower. And here's a question. Could he do a forward barracks and go Jin Swordsman Monasteries with that timing difference? Andy doing a second range. Cav Archer against Jin Swordsman doesn't feel right. Although, Andy. Put on your thinking cap for a moment. The game's pause. You gotta pause. You got a moment to breathe and think. He says, sorry, hotkey. Sorry, hotkey. What is he building that he doesn't have a hotkey for? I think if Andy puts on his thinking cap, I'll go. He types an S set in the chat. Wonderful German keyboard. Bloodlines. What if he does 4 or 5 cav archers? Yeah, it is awful against Jin Swordsman. But then he sends 5 Vills to chop through the reeds, and he gets the cav archers into Lewis's base. Lewis has not attempted to scout this at all. And he doesn't have more stone. Maybe he's too unwalled for that to work. Yeah, if he goes cav archers, I don't think he wants to do it against the swordsman. He's researching crossbow, bloodlines. This, with at the range, has to be cav archers. His army's still feudal, so with crossbows, he might be able to hold for a bit.
准备就绪，
Yes, players consistently throw on Quarry due to single-minded avoidance of chopping reeds. Okay, the game kind of catching up after the pause. Slow down for a couple seconds. There you go, TC for Andy.
什么？
Scout still forced away by the skirms, doesn't want to be under the tower.
何种命令？准备就绪。什么？
And, ooh, you know,
何种命令？
hits the men-at-arms, hits the tower.
什么？
Forward barracks, and it will be John Swordsman. That's why I think the second range was a mistake. Maybe Andy can get enough monks out. Guard tower could also be a thought for Lewis. Honestly, I wouldn't mind seeing guard tower. Second TC for Andy. Will probably be hard to keep that running if he's lost so many farms. Oh, nice shot on the skirms. Shot on the skirms. How many swordsmen will you need to push a TC?
何种命令？
This will repair that tower.
什么？
Ooh, Mangonels hitting the long swords.
就什么
I？ think the John Swordsmen need to be amassed more. I don't know, maybe they don't. He's just YOLOing that Mangonel. No vills pulled to repair. Okay, if Andy pulled the repair vills earlier, the Mangonel would be destroyed. It wouldn't be destroyed, but now it is. However, the Knights doing a number
准备就绪。
on the Swordsmen. That's why I was worried Lewis might have needed a few more. Still fighting under the tower, though. And Lewis will add his second TC. The nice Vill lead over Andy, 3-0 Vill KD. And with this map control, Lewis will push Andy off of half of the resources on his side of the map. Instead, he'll have to go to the small golden stone on the outside. Hello, Mr. Dutch, too. So those potential Turk CA, still not... Oh wait, never mind, they are cute. They are cute, he is going Turk CA, of course, of course. So double Mangonels, there is Squires for Lewis, faster moving German swordsman, as if they weren't speedy enough already. In the middle, is anyone taking relics? No one is yet. Lewis still feels like he should have middle control. Andy will send the cav archers forward, but Lewis will stonewall behind this, making sure he's nice and safe. A couple of palisades still, though. And a couple of monks should make this a great fight for Andy. And Lewis will have to run. Andy waiting for two Mangonels. Bowsaw for Lewis. And one cav archer converted by Lewis at home. And we'll see Andy going for the relic. Get 2 hits and delete it. Preferred giving up the cav archer to denying the relic. We'll use the men-at-arms to try to deny the relic, but I think they're going around too far. Thank you, Tafma, for the follow. Can they catch the monk before it gets to the monastery, before any quick walling goes on? There are some vills there, there's a tower. Forward workshop for Lewis, but he's behind in numbers already.
准备就绪。
Houses for Andy as he adds in a second TC. The Mangonels, I mean, they could take the hill for Lewis and push the TC. The swordsman could also push that. Andy will garrison. I don't know if he has enough vills to garrison. The monk feels like the best part of the defense there.
什么？
So Lewis still with the eco lead, and he should be able to collect more relics, but Andy already has 2 of them in the monastery. Part of me thinks he could even run them farther back. But there's the universe, and he's chopping. Yes! And it took him a while, for the thought process to kick in. But Lewis may be assuming that his opponent will have a single-minded avoidance of chopping reeds. But no, Andy, yes, the mobile cav archer, this is why he did it. Will be there to raid, maybe not in time, though? We're finally seeing someone play the side on this map. Monk gets a conversion on the cav archers, and the Vill goes down. Cav archers will come over, workshop, and monastery. Yeah, get your T90 chopper emotes in the chat. Finally, we're seeing someone do that. Community League will be filled with this. Platinum maybe not so much. And okay, Cav Archers, the TCs will keep them away. This is maybe a bit late for running through, but he's running through nevertheless. He's running through nevertheless. And at the same time, at home, trying to take another fight with Mangonels, pushing the Gen Swordsman away. Hills will repair the house rather than the Mangonel. Might be a misclick from Andy, but still with the hill bonus should take out the tower. A raiding party. Yes, indeed, a raiding party. Mangonel goes down. Hills attack the tower. And there will be a castle from Andy. No more vills to garrison the tower, so he'll just YOLO that castle up. Only one vill there. Tower down. And three vills. That might be 4 vills. Might be a few too few for starting that. And so far, so good on the defense from Lewis. And okay, now there's the YOLO. There's the village sent to raise the castle. You hired 3 AI. What do you mean hired them? They're not people. They don't have a salary. Those towers will be cleaned by the castle. Lewis standing there with a relic. That is a heavy relic the monk's been holding for a while. Okay, subbed. Okay, subbed to 3 AI. Alright. So Cav Archer's attacking the house. As a monk will try to bring the relic back, but Andy will disrupt that. If he notices. He does. thought that might have been a just passing moment. Well, Lewis... Oh, this won't be fully walled by Andy. He missed a tile of stone wall. Now Lewis will raid back through the reeds on the side. There's Imperial Age for Lewis. How will Gen Swordsman do against Cav Archers and Imp? I'll take some bolts from the Scorpions. Vills will be forward from Andy to fight them. Goes for a house. Here comes some knights. That ought to do it. How many monks are there? Just one monk. Is Andy devoted yet? No, he's not devoted. Monkenville killed by Cav Archers. And a castle for Lewis. It's a really fun match. Quarry, now that players, hopefully players see this and think about cutting. Because Quarry, I think, is a lot more fun when players cut. As much as I love the closed maps. I think being creative with the cutting is the key. Spear snap by Cav Archers. And there's Lewis up to Imp. I have Iron Casting, Heavy Plow, Stone Mining, Scale Barding, and Imperial Age. There's 3 stables, triple stables for Lewis. A tiny bit of lag there. One game, don't lag. And knocking down the outpost like he's playing William Wallace. Andy will keep raiding Lewis's side of the map, maybe knock down more outposts. Just needs more monks, all of us do. Oh, and Plotter Ghost, thank you for the raid. Farm Eco for Lewis. What's he up to? 55 farmers. Farm Eco for Andy. To around 40. So Andy's staying Castle Age, but he's about to click Imp. So fairly even game for the Turks. I think you're probably happy about that. Traction Trebs now for Lewis. Oh, Lewis doing a lumber camp on the left. He's ready to cut. He's going stables. What Cav do the Woo have? Hussars. Looks like they have full upgrades. Any bonus for them? No, just fully upgraded hussars. And he's gonna chop Andy doing outposts, but he's not aware of it yet. His upgrades are Town Watch. And Lewis will be through. He'll be through and he'll chop more to widen the gap. Oh, +2 attack on Huiguang Cav? Oh, okay, yeah, they do have Huiguang Cav. And is that what he's going for? Yes, that is what he's going for. The Huiguang Cav. Less HP, but more armor compared to knights. +2 attack, he'll do a gate. And he'll keep the knights out. There's no Vil here for Andy, who can wall. Once he amasses enough, he needs to go. And he might need to go now, as here come the Cav Archers. Andy might want to raid this side. And he'll probably pick off all the Vils there. He'll stop the forward Vil with the Knight. And he'll force Lewis off of the wood line. So clutch outpost from Andy at the right time. On the other side, Lewis doing more outposts as he tries to stonewall behind the reeds. And he now will swap to a workshop and a TC in the middle, trying to take the gold and push with the traction trips. Something you like about the Woo. So does he fight this, or does he just debate? Does he just dance? He's going to force Cav Archers back, turn, and fight Knights. These things now have 5 Pierce Armor to 8 attack. So until Andy gets up and does Bracer and Chemistry and Heavy Cav Archer, the Huiguang Cav will probably be pretty useful. I do think Lewis may be still on a timer, though, to push. He has a much better eco than Andy. But Andy's still a good number of Cav Archers now. Parthian Tactics and Thumb Ring and a Bracer. He's clicking upgrades. Turks, free Chemistry for Turks. Free Chemistry for Turks. They don't need to bother researching that. Monk Swamp conversions on the Huiguang Cav. This is an important moment for Andy to defend. Lewis trying to push in with as much Cav as he can and overwhelm Andy's numbers. Before the Cav Archer upgrades come in, Andy still needs a moment for them to finish. Like, the free Chemistry is sick for this fight for Andy. Making sure he gets extra damage in. That's 7 armor. 7 armor for the Chemistry still is clutch for 2 damage instead of 1. And the traction tribes attacking the castle. Remember, Turks, no siege engineers, they need artillery for the extra cannon range. Cannon one-shotting the foundation of the castle. Andy one-shot the castle. No, it wasn't close enough. Didn't push for it. Lewis deletes the foundation, though. He wants to run 666 stone with 6 Vils on stone. Perfect numbers. Treadmill Crane for Andy. Doing another TC on gold. An attack for the Cav Archers. Well, not heavy Cav Archers. Yeah, overall KD still good for Andy. Lewis pushing in, but not really making progress as Andy takes a huge score lead. And I think that early in push, when he had the score lead, won't be enough for him. He can't deal with the Cav Archers now. 7 Pierce Armor, not enough against 10 attack. Masonry for Andy, as he will probably go heavy Cav Archer, Sipahi, Artillery. And now if the Jin Swordsmen aren't enough to deal with the Cav Archers, what will be, Lewis? How will Fire Archers do? Andy wants to pick off as many Vils as he can. Love the attack ground. It's so distinct. It stands out. Very much stands out. There is Elite Skirm for Lewis. Heavy Cav Archer 2 for Andy. Kind of hate it. It sounds different than everything else. I don't know how to describe it. It sounds kind of like it was meant for maybe Chronicles, for something that doesn't quite fit AoE 2 exactly. Reminds you of what Tarkin's lost, the thump. There is Sipahi and armor for Andy. And I think Turk Heavy Cav Archer should be good against the Huiguang Cav. Extra attack won't matter if they can't actually reach the Cav Archers. And artillery next for Andy, as he keeps walling. The castle in a spot where it can be cannoned from beyond the wood lines. So forward castles on this map, I feel like they almost never work because of the wood lines and the ability to shoot from safety from behind them. With a hill bonus for the most part. Kind of a whippy. Oh yeah, the Urumi Swordsman should have that sound. You're right, you're right. It is kind of a whippy sound. And there's artillery. Artillery +2 range. So the Turks That's it. +2 range, towers, cannon, and cannon galleons. Castle for Lewis. Oh, as the Cav archers start killing some skirms. No final armor upgrade for the skirms. That's rough for Lewis. Oh, Lewis did such an amazing job this game of pushing. I think if Andy hadn't scouted this, he might have died, but he slowed it down enough that he could react to it and get imp. Contraction trebs chop trees? I don't know. I actually know if they do. Let's see, Lewis would have onagers if he needed to, but I'm not sure about traction trebs. So Andy now trying to go Hussar HCA. Group up in the gate. Yeah, maybe he could do with cutting. His other forward castle from Lewis. After the first one is down, the cannon will get it from behind the wood line again. Oh, traction trips. He's got a good number of them. 6 of them going for the castle. That's 14 range to 14 range. It's the same as artillery cannon if we get into a dodgeball dance. The Huiguang Cav numbers are growing, though. There's heavy Huiguang Cav. How much Pierce armor will they have? Is that 8? Nope, still 7. Still 7 Pierce armor. Still is 7. So heavy Cav archers should still be effective against everything. Oh, 100%, but you think they do cut trees. Alright, alright. This would be a good opportunity to cut. Oh, does he have... He does have Sitting Tiger, so they shoot additional projectiles, and both pros will lose their castles. Look at those additional projectiles. That is crazy. Looks like that did just chop a tree, too, so I'll say yes. This will keep booming behind this. Against fully boomed Turks. Turks that maybe could still use Janissaries? I think Janissaries would actually be even better here than Cav Archers with how high the armor is. Give the Janissaries more attack. At least 11 attack is decent. Ooh, the traction trebs hit. And there's Bombard Tower from Andy. That'll be very annoying to push with only traction trebs. And with artillery, Bombard Towers actually can besiege castles. Get them in the right spot right outside the castle range. Just reminded you seeing a tree go down in a campaign. Okay, okay. There's the castle being hit by cannon. The trebs hit by the cannon. They have 2 Mansar Iron Casting and Bombard Tower. All clicked. Castle takes a shot. Volleys continue. Lewis can't engage Andy using the walls very well. Oh, nice kill of traction trips. Barracks down. Is this enough for Lewis? He's trying to run in, but he's taking more losses. And Andy's KD has skyrocketed as the lag is here, but the Huiguang Cav making a dive for the cannon. Andy might lose more of that Turk HP bonus helping him out. Needs to focus the Huiguang Cav that are here, and he doesn't lose the cannon. He walls them off. And now Andy wants to push. He has the higher pop than Lewis. The traction trebs again can begin besieging this castle that's downhill and on cracked terrain. Downhill and on cracked terrain. Lost like 30 horses for like 1 or 2 cannon. Yep, that's the Turk HP bonus for you. 100 HP on their bombard cannon. And the castle destroyed. Now Lewis trying to maybe repeat that Bohemians game we saw, where starving the Turks of gold could eventually lead to victory. Andy might have too much military for that. If he can push and take the middle, should be okay, and he still has 2 relics. Lewis tried to go all in right from the start this game. Starting to get to the 3K score territory. Starting to get to the ACCM territory. The Bombard Towers are now pushing from Andy. We'll have Hussar from Lewis. He's losing everything in the middle, and Andy is walling up the sides to make sure he's pushed on the sides. This map never fails to deliver late game. We've had a lot of good late game pushes on this map. I like that we saw the map used with Drush and Aggression. I think it's fun from the perspective that it allows you to push. And that it gives you options to win aggressively, and it's not always one player or both players booming. Now Andy's starting to get some raids with Hussars. Hasn't cut on the side yet, but we could even think about pushing that, trying for forward stables. Outposts there, but outposts won't kill forward fills by themselves if you tie up the army in the middle. How many archery ranges does he have? 8 remaining, as he's trying to build more. 8 remaining. He has a lot of stables. 11 plus at least. And he's consistently now 200 pop against Lewis 175. Cav archers killing Hussars. Traction Trebs attacking Cav archers who have to dodge. Ooh, nice hit on the Cav archers. Nice hit. Trebuchet attacked by the Traction Trebs. Treb goes down. And now Lewis making one last dash with the Hussars. Andy trying to protect the cannon. Traction Trebs pushing back against towers. They have 13 range. Traction Trebs 14 range. Bill's garrisoning the towers to protect the cannon. The Hussars under bombard towers now. The bombard towers will be downhill on cracked terrain. Hill bonuses and nerfs do apply to the, or penalties, I'll say penalties, do apply to towers, the bombard towers. They shoot primary projectiles. Hussars attacking the trebuchets. Range goes down. What does Lewis make versus the Andy comp? I don't know. I would think Jin Swordsman, Castle Age are good against Cav archers. Fully upgraded Sapahi heavy Cav archers, though. I don't know what the Wu can do. I think the answer was Lewis needed to win earlier or be able to hold long enough to starve Andy of gold, but neither happened. And Andy fully secured his side of the map, fully booming. We were just a bit too tragic late game. Hussar's rating, I think this is well beyond now at about 7k score difference, well beyond ACCM territory. Cannon attacking the castle. Cap ram on the way for Andy, and he'll look to try to end this with a good siege ram push. Lewis, hard fought game, an hour in. He doesn't want to go down easily. Maybe still hoping there's a chance the Turks run out of gold. But he's dropping in population now. The raids continue. Starting to lose his last castle. Wants to repair it. Does not have Red Cliff tactics. Demolition ships and fire archers. That is a random combination of units. Now there's the GG. And Andy will take this game. This is a very long game. Whew. That was a good one. That was a good one. Stats there. Let me see. Let's give him a win. Ties it up 1-1. GG. And military, better KD. Eco is better for Lewis too. What's that? 10,000 more res collected? Yeah, more like 8,000. Somewhere between there. Some quick maths. Oof, GG. I'm exhausted from that. Let me see, how long was that? I think Twitch is gonna make me do a 2-minute ad. Yeah. So just to keep the ads off during the game, apologies for the longer ad. What buttons will it enable for me, actually? Yeah. There we go. Alright. Interesting one, at least, yes. And we learned traction trebs can indeed cut trees. So Andy winning his home map. Turks over Woo. I wonder how Vietnamese would do late game against Turks. I thought that would have been the better civ pick for Lewis to go Vietnamese on that map. Maybe the Woo, he was attempting the push, but Vietnamese late game against Turks. Imp Skirm. Fire Lancers against Halbs. Maybe full elephants at some point. I don't know. I think that would have been maybe a more likely to succeed combo, at least. Maybe that's too much to focus on the late game, though. Lewis very dearly did make it work with the Woo early on. And Slopes will be our final game. Lovely Slopes. This will be where Lewis goes for the Persians. Where Andy goes as the Jurchens. Power of Turks on a closed map. What's your favorite civ? They are a very good closed map civ. No doubt about that. No doubt about that, mole man. So Persians versus Jurchens, yes. Alright, this will probably be the last one I cast, and then I'll probably raid T90 for the final set. He doesn't have his YouTube raids turned on, though. I messaged people. I need him to turn his YouTube raids on. Oof, alright, so no rest for the weary. Right into the next game. Vietnamese or Persians on slope is both scary. Jurchens you're not too familiar with. I wonder if Andy has another FC Step Lancer plan with the Jurchens. We've seen DauT do FC Steppies with both Mongols and with Jurchens. Let's go war elephants versus pagodas. Our siege towers banned. No Puggy, they are allowed. We just nerfed them. -5 garrison space, and HP reduced by 45, from 220 to 175. So they don't zoom as fast with the lower garrison space. And they're easier to destroy. So slopes will be our final map. Did I write slopes in the maps? I did. Good. We will have Lewis as the Persians in the blue to the southwest, and Andy as the orange Jurchens to the northeast. His gold is forward, his stones are forward, but he has a back secondary gold and a back patch of berries. So if he wants to play defensively in wall, maybe an option for him. Lewis as the Persians will have a great eco. Forward berries, though. But if Andy were looking for a map to pull off FC Steppies, this is as wallable as he could want with the gold and the berries in the back. Do they have an answer to elephants? I think the answer is win the game before elephants. But then they do have Halb. Halb won't have the final armor, but mostly attack you need against elephants. Fire Lancer is probably not the answer to elephants. This is, I think, was this the Civ matchup? Was it Jurchens that Jordan had, or that Dogao had on that Valley game against Jordan? Ooh, boar walking back for Andy. A bit sloppy on the lore. Block it with the scout, go around, pick up the pigs. Maybe we'll get it back. Only one deer to push from each pond. Oops. That squeaking on the hairs always gets me. Or lured in there from Lewis. Let's take the boar. And he should go forward and lame Lewis's hunt. Well, we know Andy likes to lame. He's done it the first 2 games. Lewis scouting with the pig. Yeah, I guess you do want to find which of your hills contains the gold and which contains the stone. Why is that tree directly against the gold? I don't like that, but I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it. Elite War Chonkers, let's go. Let's hope for FC War Elephants. I love Pepsi. Let's hope FC War Elephants from Lewis. He won't do it. I could also hope for a douche. I mean, if he thinks Andy is trying to go FC Lancers, I think a douche might actually be a counter to that. If he could build the TC here and have wood plus stone plus douche, it might actually work. That would be true gaming. And, oh, Andy doing a mixture of ungarrison shoot, garrison shoot. What is a douche? A douche is when the Persians, they have 4,800 HP on their town center. They get double HP, plus 100% HP. So they delete their TC and rebuild it right next to the enemy TC. Meaning, since they have more HP, they will win the TC fight no matter what. Even though you can get shot while building it, they'll win the TC fight. And combined with their plus 5% faster working TC in the Dark Age, it should never work, but if you pull it off properly and your opponent makes one mistake, they can find themselves in a very, very awkward situation very quickly. And if you think Andy's gonna go, like, FC Elephants, could work. But probably too late for that now. And against the militia that could spot it, yeah, not gonna happen. And not gonna happen, you won't have the wood for it, for the barracks. Slope's a map where maybe it's a possibility, though. Maybe. Civ do I prefer? I love Persian Eco. And I think they are so smooth to play. I've seen so many games where you're going feudal to castle and you're already plus 1,000 resources collected. I think they're very hard to stop if you don't get an early push against them. And you're, as open as you are on this map, you're kind of far away in a setup that actually benefits the more defensive gameplay. At least at the start, so it's hard to do the early damage you would want to disrupt Persians. Both of the Drush? Well, 2 versus 3 militia Drush. Lewis taking a fight atop the hill for the most part. We'll slow down Andy's pressure a bit. Neither player going atop a hill for a slope. The Pagoda. Oh, Pagoda versus War Elephants? I think the War Elephants have way too much HP for the Pagodas to be useful. I've seen Boyar for the Slavs be useful against Battle Elephants, but War Elephants are... They're scary. They're much scarier. So Lewis up a minute faster. Andy, 22 vills with 3 militia remaining. He's healing the militia in the TC. Oh, Andy has the strats to heal the militia. Vills building a mill. Lewis.
Salam.
Scout will go down. Andy, as Lewis will get feudal first, take the good scouting lead. With the scout boost, he gets faster, more line of sight, more attack, and he will spot the Drush. He'll spot the Drush. He'll see where Andy's headed. They did heal up a bit, but not to full HP yet. Andy is indeed headed straight to that pond, and at the very least, he knows Vils are there because he can see the hares running in the fog of war. Or no, he's not actually heading to the pond. Not heading to the pond. Spear wants to fight the militia. Militia's attacking the scout. Spears poke the militia down. And spear killed by the militia. Militia has to run. And oh, nice poke from the spear to finish off the militia. So Andy's still out on his pond. So Hunt doesn't decay for the Jurchens, meaning taking these hares gives him a bit of extra food. Kind of an alternative to the longer-lasting food bonus the Goths have. Lewis's scouts will hoover around for a bit. I can calmly explain things while the game is super complicated. Lots of complicated interactions. You see, he'll fend off the scouts. Spear will poke down scouts. And Spear will die until another Spear comes over. So Persian scouts trying to jump the spears as best they can. Ooh, this is actually now scary for Andy. He wanted to defend against scouts with spears, but those are too many scouts. The spears go down. He doesn't have his archers in position in time. And there are a couple of dead Vils, 2 dead Vils, 2 eco kills. And he'll have to run away now. He'll have to run away. Vils will add in palisade walls across here. Andy will try to wall up the back. He'll add in a barracks, and he'll have to abandon the slope. Lewis can take the slope. He can stay on the slope. Andy has to leave the slope. Perfect time to stop producing scouts and go Castle Age into War Elephants. Houses up and a palisade up. So there'll also be a palisade gate and another house with a palisade at the front. And padded archer armor. Padded archer armor for Lewis. More walls up across the side. And Andy will be hoping that Lewis is over here, but nothing out there for him. Removed war elephants from Persians years ago? No, it didn't. They still have them, thankfully. It's removed many things. Tore the cannon galleons away from my poor Byzantines. Tore the paladins away from the Persians, but they still have war elephants. And, ooh, the walls for Lewis not quite in time. Andy will get in around the back, and it looks like Andy's closer to clicking up. Doesn't have anywhere nearly as many resources collected as Lewis does. This is what I was talking about. Persian, 600 plus res collected. We're not even Castle Age yet. Like a free eco lets you get ahead. But 3 Vils. And he losing the Vils on the slope definitely hurts. Savars. Savars can be, we've seen them on this map before. You get to the late game and they are viable. There's Castle Age for Andy.
何种命令？准备就绪。
فرمان آماده
什么？
آری
何种命令？准备就绪。
Alright, skirms killed by archers.
فرمان
何种命令？
آری
什么？
Archer goes down.
准备就绪。何种命令？
آماده فرمان آری
And the skirm will go down. So a couple of
准
spears
备就绪。
in the mid-range of that skirm. They actually are ever so slightly faster than the skirm, so archer's down, but the spears will kill the skirm in retaliation. And slightly faster castle for Andy, but score lead for Lewis, and the eco for Lewis is just so scary as the Persians now. 8.2k to 7.5k res collected. There's a range up, second range for Andy. So Jurchens will have faster attacking cav archers. Cav archers are included among the mounted units and fire lancers, part of the bonus. Included as the mounted units, not as the fire
准
lancers.
备就绪。
But they will attack faster for Andy.
何种命令？
And spears forward to attack the scouts.
آماده
Skirms forward. And there's Castle Age for Andy. What do I think about the Bastions tech? Fortifications regenerate 500 HP per minute. Never really seen it particularly useful. But it seems like a decent Castle Age tech. Lewis up to the Castle Age. Would be OP for Feudal Age towers. But for Castle Age tech feels decent. Maybe there'll be some cheese with it at some point, but it feels decent from what I've seen. So, alright, the scout from Lewis will be in position, or one tile away, to see Andy TCing the top of the slope. His army won't be there to stop it. Andy taking track, or keeping track of where Lewis's army is, and putting the TC on the opposite side, as Lewis will do a TC on the back between stone and the wood line. Oh, that hair. That never happened in pathfinding in the past, but they tend to quickly jump around. There is padded archer armor on the way for Andy. Ooh, killed by skirms. Waiting for Sebastian to research bastions on the Bastion Cloud map someday.
喂，
That's why I'm sad that the Persians no longer have paladins. Because in a team game, you could have a pro player. You could have a pro player plentifully producing pretty purple paladins. As the pocket.
آماده
But alas, the dream
آری
of the
فرمان
alliteration had to die. And the scouts get in through the gate. I don't know if they wanted to. They're kind of low on HP. And defensive rocket cart from Andy. And if you're the Persians, then you're forcing your opponent to go on the defensive. Feels kind of GG time, as you have a 3TC boom. Andy will try to get his boom forward. And he has to hope that the Jurchens have a good late game matchup against the Persians. Maybe that's why he picked the Civ. This Persians maybe would struggle against Fire Lancers.
آری
Oh, nice rocket cart shot. But he will be very far behind in eco. That's now over 1.5k more res collected for Lewis. The Cyan squad cynically sending Savar.
سلام
آری
آری آماده
Bit of a reach. We have to figure out something. We'll have to figure out something. pick your own colors for each player. What do you mean? Like when you're in the lobby, you could individually change the colors that you see? You used to be able to do that for 1v1s on Boobly. There was a user patch tool that let you do that. You could change the team colors to whatever you wanted. There's Town Watch for Lewis, the better to see the impending Cav Archer raid with. Oh, nice shot from the TC. Skirms will take out the Cav Archers there. We'll have a University from Andy, so Lewis will be aware of the ballistics. Andy will kill the scout with his Vils, though, and go finish the University. Lewis will raid with Cav Archers too, so Persian Cav Archers versus Jurchen Cav Archers. Persians have Castle Age Parthian tactics available, but they don't scale particularly well. They won't have Bracer and Imp. Palisade will be destroyed by the Cav Archers. Yes, it will. And then the market wall, not in time for Andy. He has a rocket cart. And if that rocket cart doesn't get a good shot, which it won't, ooh, this is devastating. This is devastating. These Cav Archers, no TC in the back to stop them. That's now a 10-to-1 Eco KD, with Lewis being the Persians. Ooh, and we're seeing why Persians was such a high pick for Lewis. Ballistics for him. There's nothing left in the back of Andy's eco for him to raid. Andy has no eco left to be raided. Trying for ballistics himself. Lewis won't micro the Cav Archers at that moment. He'll tank a rocket cart shot. And he can even get out if he wants to. That wasn't rewalled. Yeah, you can pick a lot more colors in AOM. Ooh, Vils by the pond or idle. They have to go to the backwood line so that they're safe from the Cav Archers. There is ballistics for Andy. He's trying to come forward with the rocket cart, while at the same time trying to chase the Cav Archers with his own Cav Archers. He's kind of stuck between two places. At least gets one rocket cart hit, but Lewis will micro away for the end. And now with ballistics, much easier to hit Vils. Rocket cart hits the Cav Archers. Husbandry for Andy on the way. And he'll try to chase the Cav Archers down. Husbandry's already there for Lewis. Just finishes for both of them. There's Parthian tactics. 17 Cav Archers to 11. If Lewis can take a decent fight and get out, he'll be okay. One thing he doesn't want to do is lose all the Cav Archers or tank big rocket cart hits. Takes one. A bit of a split there. Oh, okay. Loses everything. That's what Andy wanted, but it's maybe too little too late. Still down by 9 Vils, and it's a 3k res collected lead. More ranges for Lewis, who can probably go full Cav Archer at this point. And just needs to make sure, maybe the top of the hill. Now with Parthian, he'll be okay to hold. Doesn't want to lose the fight to the faster attacking Cav Archers. But then no Thumbring for the Jurchens. So that Persians do get that. Lewis can click Thumbring and then just have the better Castle Age unit. TC for Andy. And that'll be his 5th TC. Well, if he wants to outboom the Persians, 5 TCs could be the answer. I wonder just, though, if he ever makes a swap to Fire Lancer. And if Fire Lancer becomes faster attacking Fire Lancers, mind you. Could be his answer. And maybe early Imp. If he has a boom and goes Fire Lancers, I think he might have a chance. If he just tries to mirror the Cav Archers, maybe there's a chance that Lewis messes up a transition to something else and gets stuck with that Bracer. Okay, the next DauT? What do you mean the next DauT? I don't think Andy's... I think Andy's still young enough that he's not the next DauT. Houses for Andy. That'll be a 4th TC now forward for Lewis. Cav Archer dodging. Perfect ink comp for Persians was Longsword CA. Well, maybe it's YOLO Castles. Maybe that's the imp comp. Both players have Cav Archers here. Both players trying for a castle. Andy has more numbers. If this doesn't work for Lewis, that could be a disaster, and he realizes that, and he deletes the castle. So still up by about 20 Vils, but Andy will get the castle up. Parthian tactic so valuable in the CA fight. Oh, Lewis wants a castle drop. I hope he doesn't get that bug where the castle foundation is attacked by Andy. And he loses it. Does Andy see this? Andy doesn't see it yet. He will see it soon. His vills are almost there. The castle foundation at least will be blocked. He's doing a market to block a castle spot. And the anti-castle market keeps it away from at least one of his TCs. It'll hit the other one. The anti-castle market helped out, honestly, keeping that one TC alive. He's still pushing forward, taking a good fight against Cav Archers now. He's 5k res collected ahead. Other than the Persian eco, it doesn't feel like this is a very different game between the two of them. You give Lewis a more standard eco, and I think the game's pretty even, but I mean, KD's pretty much the same. Lewis had a couple of good eco raids earlier. I'm gonna try for another TC in the back. Against Andy's Cav Archers, Andy just won't see it. He'll think about running in. Lewis will do a tower. Garrison some vills in there if he's paying attention, which he's not. A couple of vills down. And Andy up to Imp. Up to Imp. He's doing another TC on the other slope. Can't get enough TCs. Almost looking like a Stark game with all these TCs. Alright, vills down to the rocket cart. And able to pressure a bit. Lewis going for more watchtowers. He clicks up to Imp, and he'll actually be up first with the faster working Persian TC. Have a bit of the melee bonus with their up timings. Ram going for the TC. And another workshop from Andy. Keep push? What type of keeps do we have for either player? Churchens get keeps. Koreans don't. I mean, Koreans don't. Persians don't. Persians don't. He said keep, and my mind immediately thought Koreans. Ooh, will this tower go up? Guard tower from Lewis. 93.66% on the tower from Andy, but he won't finish it. Nice Cav Archer usage denying that. Lewis going for a second castle, trying to take the top of the hill still. All of these vills are trapped, and Lewis sees 22 vills and says, once I'm imp, I want to treb them. Sees imp, he wants to treb. You want fortifications? I think Dogao had it on that Valley game against Jordan. There is the Guard Tower attacked by the Ram. Vills go to attack the Ram. And the next castle's up. Lewis is imp. And he'll keep fighting, but Lewis has a huge score lead. And it's starting to pull ahead in KD too. And he has to find a way to stop Persians now. Vills start going down. And this is a raid. Andy doesn't notice all the vills here dying, so he can't even garrison the TC. Oh, that one's just surviving. Cav Archer's not doing enough damage. Heavy Cav Archer chemistry from Lewis. They don't have Bracer, but they do have more upgrades. TC here. Trebs for Andy, but double castle treb production for the Persians, who after chemistry will also have cannon. Yeah, one vill left to tell the story to all the subsequent vills. Lewis moves the Cav Archers. He'll likely find a stone mine that's vulnerable. The Rams are being repaired by Lewis as he pushes the castle. And now vills under the other castle fire can't really attack the Rams. They will be taken down. Aww. 103 to 157 vills. 157 vills for Lewis. Persians just don't run out. He probably needs to stop queuing the TCs now. 160 I think is enough. I guess GG though from Andy. And Lewis will take it. Lewis will take this 2-1. Interesting strats from Andy in that monocle game. Quarry he wins, but Persians just too darn strong. With their economy, 116 to 78 KD. Ahead for free with their eco. GG. Kills Nilly Man? What's so nilly about that? Alright, so for the maps, that's a win. Each player wins their home map, and Lewis wins the first one. Still waiting for a war elephant. Sadly, not today. so that'll be it, though, from me. I think there's one more set, but I'll go raid someone else who will be casting that. So thank you all for watching. And we'll be back tomorrow, maybe? Let's see. Actually, I think there's no silver tomorrow. Only platinum tomorrow. There's cost for stone, please, and gold. Don't know how much I'll cast tomorrow. Tomorrow I might even just take a day off. And then I might cast that gold set as Rex once we get the schedule for silver and whatnot throughout the week. Also having the DLC launching on Tuesday. So tomorrow I might just take off to work on some content and stuff. Try to finish some more map scripting updates. So who's streaming? Maybe we'll raid Dave. So I'll head offline. I'll see you later, YouTube. I'll have to get T90 to update his settings on YouTube. And Hera too, so they can actually be rated. But send a raid over to Dave, and I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for watching. Thank you all.